We're doing okay. I would say we're at like probably minimum.
Morning, everybody. We're going to go ahead and get started. Just Kayla will also mention this, but we're going to go ahead and start recording. So this is a public recorded meeting. And with that, I will turn it over to our fire program manager.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. Wildland task forces are always a popular one, so it's good to see all of you here today to do some exciting work with us today. We do have this scheduled all day, so if you need any coffee, please help yourself. It's down by the cafeteria. We'll take breaks, get some coffee if you need it. There's tea down there as well, and then we'll have a lunch break as well. Either we can have a working lunch and you can bring it back here, or we can kind of break for a little bit if you need some time away from a meeting. I'll start off by saying this is a public meeting subject to public meeting law, and it will be digitally recorded. We're also going to be live streaming for, I'm sure, hundreds of thousands of viewers this morning. So deliberation of issues will only be conducted by the task force members unless otherwise permitted by the chair. Remember to always state your name for the record. If you forget, it's okay. This isn't as super formal as a meeting as like a fire policy committee, but try and remember to state your name. That way we have it on record for what you have kind of discussed in the task force. And then if individuals engage in disruptive behavior that impedes the official business of the meeting, you may be asked to leave. So just keep it civil, keep it clean. Just like I said, it is recorded and we will be live streaming. So keep that in mind today. And then we'll go ahead and start off with introductions. We'll go around the room first, and then we'll get some of the folks online. So I'll start off. I am the fire program manager, Kayla Ballrott, and we'll go around. Brooke will be next here.
Brooke Bellerubi, fire certification supervisor.
Brad McKenzie, division chief, sublimity fire.
Rick Wicker, training specialist, OSFM.
John Johnson, staff captain and training officer with Halsey Shed Fire.
Kurt Donaldson, fire chief, Napa Fire.
Brent Peterson, Wildland Fire Supervisor for Oregon Department of Forestry and a volunteer at Mohawk Valley.
Gabe Wiggins, Fire Chief, Westport Fire and Rescue.
Fort Vondre, deputy fire chief, Salem Fire.
Chuck Chapin, fire chief, Tangent Fire.
Christian Whitfield, division chief, Speedo Fire.
Brian Dickerson, division chief, Jackson County Fire District 3.
Neil Wilson, deputy chief, Polk County Fire District.
Damon Simmons, training officer, Portland Fire.
And then we'll go back to Jennifer.
Jennifer Howell, DPSST Administrative Rules Coordinator.
Madison Mancuso, DPSST Fire Program Support Specialist.
Chantal Getch, Fire Program Certification Coordinator.
Right, and we'll go to the folks online. We'll start with Evan Jarvis.
Evan Jarvis, lieutenant with Hoodland Fire District.
Ray Harris.
Battalion Chief, Umatilla Fire.
Tyler Leslie.
Tyler Leslie, Captain of Operations and Training, Klamath County Fire District 4.
Robert Holmes.
Robert Holmes, lieutenant, Lane Fire Authority.
Patrick Weideman.
Good morning, Patrick, Forest Grove Fire and Rescue.
I think I got everyone online. Did I miss anyone? Perfect. Okay. I will hand this back over to Brooke, unless you want to talk about the Brooke's over here at mission control, so she's got a lot going on.
Sorry, this is the first time I've done this way.
I can go ahead and kind of start with the process of the Wildland Task Force, unless you want to talk about it. Well,
no, I think I can. Okay, I can take over now. Just bear with us. This is a lot of computers for this meeting. Well, welcome. Thank you all for taking the time out of your very busy schedules to be here today. So some of you have been involved in the task force process before, and some of you have not. So overall, just generally the task forces, the purpose is to keep Oregon's fire service generally in line with national standards. For the last 20 years, we've been moving away from Oregon-specific standards. Today, we will be reviewing the NWCG standards it's been a while since we've reviewed an NWCG and Wildland Task Force. The last one was in 2018. So we are
going to go over that and just make sure that we share some more current information and get Oregon more aligned with the national standards and have some good discussion. After today's meeting, we will prepare minutes and memo that will go to the Fire Policy Committee. And then the Fire Policy Committee will review the recommendations made by the task force. That will then go into public comment. And then if there's no negative public comments received, that will go before the board and it will go into Oregon Administrative Rule. And then after it goes into Oregon Administrative Rule and is effective, DPSST will update all of our forms and everything on the website, as well as the Oregon Administrative Rules. Is there anything about that general process that I'm missing? Okay. So to begin, we will have, did everybody have a chance to review the task force chair quick guide? So that's kind of a general guide of how the meeting will run. So we will need to have a motion and a second for a chair, and then we'll do the same thing for a vice chair. And then after that, the chair with probably quite a few interjections by me will run the meeting. So if anybody wants to nominate someone or themselves to be the chair, we can go ahead and get started with that. Don't everybody jump at once. Okay, so we have a motion, Brian Dickerson for chair. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Right.
Any opposed, say nay. Okay, great. And then we'll do the same thing, a motion for a vice chair and a second.
Vice chair is easy, I'll do it.
It really is.
I'll second.
Yes, sorry. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And all opposed, say nay. Great. Okay. Motion says on both ends. So do you just before we get started, I'm just gonna say a couple things. So before Ryan kicks us off and before we get started in too much stuff, I just wanted to make a couple comments about the background. So the memo notes the previous Wildland Task Force convened in 2018 and was primarily focused on aligning the DPSST Wildland instructor qualifications. It also addressed the inclusion of S133 within S131 and how that changed the certification requirements for individuals who completed the training before and after October of 2016. Today, we're going to discuss several notable updates with the understanding that additional changes from NWCG are likely because they are frequently making changes. The memo is organized into topical sections, generally arranged by certification level. And then before turning it back over to the chair, I just want to reiterate our guiding principle and the guiding principle of the previous task forces, which is to align fire certification and training standards with national standards. So please keep that focus in mind as we review these changes. Also, as the subject matter experts representing the Oregon Fire Service, I invite you to identify any significant changes within these sections that may not have been noted. Your input ensures that all relevant updates are discussed and communicated accurately to the fire service. And with that, I will hand it over to our chair, Ryan, to begin the discussion of memo step 1. And it's broken down into individual sections.
I really like the script. You guys didn't do it last time, I don't think, did you? First time.
Get better each time. We'll see how it goes. Always room for improvement.
Okay. So good morning to everyone. We'll begin with memo step 1 items. After each topic, I'll pause for discussion and DPSST staff are available to answer any questions and help guide this discussion. So take it step by step.
Yeah.
Okay, so our first item is the required training for certification on page 2. Let's open that up for discussion and get everyone's input and thoughts on that first line item.
A couple things. If nobody says anything, I'll just kind of say some stuff for the millions streaming this at home. But in the memo, this talks about the fact that the only new course that is being introduced into the wildland levels that we already adopted is S112, Intro to Chainsaw Operations. And then the other, information is just updating that the course content is constantly being reviewed by NWCG and it's being updated to better align with individual position qualifications. And then they've also been updating the delivery formats. So in the next section laid out, you'll see the different options for taking the courses, when they were updated, how many hours the course is. And then there are links to the course information, the summary of changes. And staff didn't really identify any significant changes to the content of any of the courses. However, if you guys did note, especially anything that should be shared with the fire service related to trainings, feel free to comment.
I think it's one thing to note on the S112 thing is that with the current version, they took S212 offline because they're revamping it. I believe next year, 310-1 is going to be updated again. So the 212 will return to the curriculum. So what you're seeing here, I think in the forms just shows 112. 212 will come back by next year, and then 312 will come by the year after.
Do you know if they're planning on changing anything as far as like S112 being required for felling busts or?
S112 will be required for Follower 3, 212 required for Follower 2, and 312 for Follower 1.
Okay, we'll move on to the next one unless anyone else has anything to add to the required training. Okay, our next item for discussion is the training course breakdowns found on pages 2 through 4 in our handout. Open that up for discussion to the tables.
And that's, I kind of touched on that one, sorry, on the first bit as well, so there may not be much, but if there's any of these courses, just noting the updates in hours, and then if you review the summary of changes, we didn't put on, actually, no, all of the courses are listed for the levels that we do require. So if there's no extra discussion on that, the training course breakdowns, we can move on to the required task books.
Kurt Donaldson, Napa Fire, I still think it's ridiculous that the federal government and in turn us allow people to become an engine boss without actually taking the engine boss class. That's just crazy talk to me. Well, they haven't repeatedly.
It'll be next year.
Well, great. We'll meet again in 16 months.
So Brent Peterson. So we just introduced the new class, S with 229 crew boss or single resource loss, yeah. So that became a thing as of this year. As of next year, it's supposed to become a required class for all single resource bosses. And I think the process is going to be that you have to take the 229 and then whatever class you want to be to become certified in that. So I think next year it's supposed to be 229 and 231 for engine boss, 230 for crew boss, 230, whatever it is for goes forward. That's my understanding at least.
Okay, Bookings, for the record, will that mean that those other classes like 230, 231 will reduce a little bit in hours then?
It's a 4 hour. They already have, yeah. So 230 is now 10 hours plus 4 hours. 231 is now 10 hours plus 4 hours of optional field day exercises. I just taught it last week and I did the whole thing in a day minus the field exercises because it's very, very simple. So therefore the 229 online, I think it's supposed to be like 4 to 6 hours online. And then the crew boss, the engine boss class would be like a day and a half to a day. So it's going to dramatically reduce the amount of time to teach classes and taking a week to go 230, 231 or 3 days. I'll do it a day and a half to 2 days.
So far, it doesn't look like NWCG has published S229. Unless I checked yesterday.
I think about how many.
Yeah, so I can't find much other information about it. So as soon as this has been published, we're keeping it updated, and we'll determine what our next step will need to be, if it's going to be major, if we need to reconvene a task force, or we'll just need to put out informational updates. Any other discussion on classes? Or we move on to the task force?
Okay, moving on to our third item. The next item for discussion is required task books for these positions found on pages 4 and 5 of our handout.
Just for the record, Rick Leggett, OSFM, I like the design of the new task books where it allows for a performance-based evaluation rather than just checking a box. It allows better feedback to the candidate, and it requires that conversation between the evaluator and that candidate for that position.
Ryan from Fire District 3, one thing noteworthy that just kind of went around our area, and in case anyone doesn't know, the engine boss removed the air comms component of that, which is always a big undertaking for our area, trying to get everyone through the engine boss, trying to coordinate with getting the helicopter and communication. So that was welcomed with mixed reviews. Some people.
But they added,
Yeah.
they added it.
Yeah.
They added it, yeah, it's in another spot.
So yeah, it goes down to the next
And that,
level.
so Gabe Wiggins, for the record, that was my biggest, I think I wrote it in my notes like 4 times, is that move to firefighter tech 1 for the aerial ops. We struggled with it for, with structural agencies being able to get it at the engine boss level, much less firefighter tech 1 level. One thing that I was wondering is, it does say on the NWCG task book that it has to be on a wildland incident. Is there a way that we can make it to where, at least for structural agencies, maybe, communicating with life flight, other types of like medical air resources as being an option? We do that more frequently, more people are going to have opportunities to that. A lot of this little bit different of information has to be provided, but it does, but you're talking with them, to put somebody on the ground is probably even a little bit more complicated a lot of times, depending on your LZ, of course. So that would be my biggest concern with the change. Like Rick said, I really like the layout of the new task books. I think that part will work very nicely for us. But I am very concerned about our ability to get people through that air communication unless we add some other options.
For Rick OSFM. One of the things that, so with that, they did add prescribed fire. So it did open it up a little bit to, so it's not just wildfire, it's also prescribed fire. But one of the things that I keep constantly getting questions about from the fire service is, could we use drones to satisfy that on a wildfire training day with live fire component, and they have the ICS structure involved. And personally, I feel that drones could work if you're using it for IR flight to scout ahead and so on, because drone use on a wildland fire is becoming more and more prevalent. They're using it for ignition, aerial ignition, for scouting, and a lot of other purposes. And so one of the things, just as a topic that I wanted to bring up to the group to see is if we want to talk about putting a notice out that you could use a drone if you have a licensed drone pilot. I mean, put some restrictions on it, but not just somebody with a hobbyist drone that's flying up there and you're talking with them on the radio, but being able to use a licensed pilot and so on and so forth, because a drone is a lot cheaper than $1,000 an hour for a helicopter for training. And quite honestly, on wildland fire incidents, when it comes to directing aircraft, unless it's a local district fire, the probability of a structural fire agency using the airwaves to coordinate with an aerial resource on a conflagration type fire is nil. It's not going to happen. That's going to be the task force leader or maybe the division suit if a structural resource is talking to the aircraft. And just looking at the numbers on page 6, where we talk about current levels of certification and the numbers for each level, type 1 firefighter is 9,416 people. And we only have 2,500 people. And I think part of the reason for engine boss, I think part of the reason that we're so low on the engine boss is because of that task. And now that task is in type 1, I feel that we're going to have engine boss numbers increase significantly, and those type 1 firefighters drop drastically. So, point of consideration.
Kurt Donaldson, it's a stupid requirement. I'll just have to say it's a stupid requirement, because talking to something where it's propelled by stuff that does this, it's not a lot different than talking to something that's propelled by stuff that does that. What if you just make it a rare? That way you can talk through it. You can simulate it. You can do a dozen different things to talk through it instead of us. And the drone thing's fine, but I mean, then I got to get a drone operator and I got to go send somebody through the drone training and purchase a drone. Ain't nobody got time for that. So, if we make it a rare, it's something you can talk through. It's something you can work through. He's right. This is gonna gut our firefighter ones, which in turn is gonna get every single position above that. This is a gatekeeper, and it's gonna destroy our firefighter 1 and above. I guarantee it.
John Johnson, Halsey Fire. Just a question for ODF. Is there a chance that maybe from the higher up state level with ODF that some of the structural, because you guys are always putting on your fire schools, usually in June and all that, and then you're doing more training with the helos, typically right after that as well, across all your districts. Is there a way that we can maybe incorporate or put out something to the structural fire services where you guys are we're able to come up and go through those? Or
the short answer is yes or no. Brent Peterson, Department of Forestry. We already have, Eastern Lane already has a scenario which basically mimics the MOS process. We do the task. We actually have in the past had opportunities to go out and do live fire, prescribed fires, and directed aviation in the process, actually doing bucket drops. So the possibility is there. It's just getting the coordination and again, like everything else, getting the funding for the helicopter. Right now it comes out of our budget, so it kind of makes it a little difficult to have too many fire folks on it, because we have to get our bikes through first, and we have 3 or 4 on the outside. Possibility is definitely there. We are using drones, so actually, I think it is accepted to use drones in the process to get that sign off, because it is still the same process. I like the idea of life, I like the exact same process. But the one thing I will say about the area resources, it was dropped down to level 1, the firefighter 1 level, because it's almost a daily operation for us in the wildland community. Everybody on my crew is talking to a helicopter at least every other fire.
Well, Kurt Donaldson, well, that is location dependent. I worked for ODF Astoria for 16 seasons, and we had a helicopter on our fires twice in 16 years. So that, that wasn't happening for even the ODF guys in that area.
Right.
So, I mean, this is something that's just not going to happen for big chunks of the state. And it's a big chunk of the state where our firefighters are getting certified from. How often is it going to happen in Portland? Exactly. I don't think it's going to happen at all. I mean.
Is this, Christian Whitfield, Spin on Fire, is this something we could kind of entail with the fire marshal's new rollout of the requirement of 270 for engine bosses to talk to air assets for local, that immediate use? As far as getting the fire marshal to arrange the 270 classes, to be an actual time with aerial. So essentially they'd have to be the one to front the cost of the aerial.
So since you brought up the 270 discussion, 270, the training requirements to be an instructor for that, nobody at OSFM meets the requirements. So we're leaning on ODF to do the instruction for us, or our federal partners to do the instruction. The 270 class does not require a physical helicopter to be.
But two birds with one stone, if we could find a way.
Yeah.
If it's a big need.
The problem comes down to funding. I don't have a training budget. And so to be able to do something like that, I would have to beg, borrow, and steal in order to get funding for that. And then also coordinating with ODF or our federal partners, and then how are they going to get paid? We don't have a mechanism to pay them for their time. And so that's coming out of their operating budget. And so it's just a cascading problem. I would absolutely would love to have 270 across the board, be able to get a helicopter and do a big field day. We were able to successfully do one a couple of years ago down in your neck of the woods in, I think, Lane or Lynn County. And we were able to get a helicopter for that one. But that was one that we were able to get a really good, sweet deal on the helicopter to make that work. So that's the problem is that funding is a big issue. And then the helicopters themselves, they're not cheap, and very few of them actually want to play for free or reduced price. We have talked with the National Guard about helping out. They've been successful a couple times. But the problem with using the National Guard is their pilots are in training when they're doing it. And so we had an incident where National Guard was out there, and for one bucket drop, it took 6 flyovers. And then one of the bucket drops almost decapitated myself because it was that close to the ground. So I don't know what the right answer is. I think one of the things, if we clarifying statement about drones, if people have drones or access to drones, be able to do that. And I agree. Back in the day, that's where I got my engine boss, was landing live flight. And so I agree that there's a lot of things that go into play, and landing a bird is a lot. There's a lot more concerns to happen than dropping a bucket somewhere. And so maybe if we do, and I know we want to move away from organ specific stuff, but I think for this one specifically, that we make this a rare. And I agree with making this a rare.
This invalidates this task book everywhere else. So you're a firefighter type 1 Oregon and not anywhere else.
Yeah.
I would just be really careful for those of you that have IGAs with the state or the feds, if you're gonna push to move something to a rare, because like she said, you now have a non-valid task book for your IGAs.
I don't know what else the answer is, because we're not going to have any firefighter ones.
Well, I think part of the, sorry, Chuck Chapin. I think part of the thing is working again on wildfires with your diff soups and task force, because a couple of years ago, I called in for some air resources and gave it to the task force leaders, but I also tell them ahead of time, if you got people training or need task sign off, work with them, find out what they need. And it's up to those individuals to say, hey, I need this on this assignment if it poses itself.
Well,
It's a communication all the way around to get those sign offs.
I mean, I agree with you, Chuck, and that's super important. The issue is this is not a mobilization task book. This is a task book designed for every firefighter in Oregon, and many of which don't get to go on mobilizations and have that opportunity.
Port of Andre Salem Fire, as obviously the wildland program has hit the Pacific Northwest more than it has in the past. We had a fire last year and we had very limited personnel that could talk to an air asset. And to be able to move people around because it's a wildfire, it has to be an incident. And as you're trying to train all of your people, we don't have the funding in Salem to try and get 170 people through the firefighter one. So what we're going to do is if this stays in here as written, we just won't train. We'll train to it. We just won't have that. They won't have the certification. They'll do the engine boss training. They won't be able to get certification. If they want to go on conflagrations, they'll have to go seek that out at Maws, Cows, wherever they can get it. Or if we do have a local incident and we can detail somebody over, but with staffing, it's hard to pull somebody off of a division somewhere else to be able to get them over so they can get their task book signed off. And I understand this is a quagmire for the fire service, for the structure fire service. I got to assume Washington's having the same problem as we are. And I don't know if DPSST can go back to NWCG and we got to have some carve out somewhere if they want us to follow this, which I think we should. I don't think we should water it down, but we can't do it as written.
Mackenzie Sublimity Fire. We have done up the canyon 2 years with a helo in our little Wildland Academy, just like Moz did. The grant funding to get that, we barely scraped it. And when we did use the National Guard, they ended up breaking. And so there's a ton of logistics that we on the structure side can't deal with. And if we can move to the drones like Keith is talking about, to me, that's an easy mix right there. Because we have law assets that all have some sort of drone somewhere.
Caleb Allrott, I knew this was going to be a hot topic. And understandably so. It does say coordinate, provide feedback to aerial resources. Does this group feel that, and it sounds like it's a yes, that a drone is an aerial resource? Essentially, the definition of aerial resource could include drone. And I know this is kind of a compromise because it's not a helicopter, but it is something that is potentially more affordable and more accessible to departments in Oregon than a helicopter. So is that, if we're able to accept that, is that a reasonable compromise for the group for now? I'm hesitant to put a statement out there stating that DPSST says drones are an aerial resource, because I don't want us to have any issues with NWCG. But it sounds like ODF, you are using drones. So, what does the group think of that kind of compromise if we're able to continue to allow that to happen? Because I know I have heard that there's some fire departments out there that have been using drones as well.
Neil Olson, for the record. The FAA considers it an aerial asset. So there's so much of that goes into that. I think it absolutely would meet the intent.
Is there, Brad McKenzie again, is there any little requirements that we could have in there that you guys would require? Say, operator has to be, in another room or air, that sort of thing, or are you just gonna leave it open?
Well, this is the.
Not to put you on the spot.
The first time considering drones, or that we have considered this topic, so yeah, a good discussion for the group as well.
Real quicker, I think one of the things to help apply more realism, if they were to have to talk with a fixed or rotor wing aircraft, is to have that separation. So they can't be just sitting right next to each other. There would have to be a physical separation where they would have to coordinate via radio. I do believe it, doesn't it actually say?
Well, yeah, I just brought up the position standard, which is a really good resource for anybody with questions about how to complete any of the tasks in any of the new task books. So this is specific to that task.
So yeah, I think having that separation, physical separation, so they have to force to talk on a radio would be important.
I think we can meet all of those with a drone. Yeah. Damon Simmons, Pro Fire. We can meet all those with a drone. I support it.
For Donaldson, who's gonna pay for to get the drone operators and the drones? For the agencies that, and the regions that don't have them? How are we gonna do that?
I think one of the one of the things we can think of is looking outside of the fire world, talk to our law enforcement partners. OSP, county sheriffs, local law enforcement have drones. Maybe not everybody has a drone, but there is a partner agency that we can work with, and it would be a good opportunity for us as the fire service to have that handshake with them, and then also give them a good training opportunity to learn the components of a fire. So if they are requested to come out and fly a fire, that you can talk about, so then they know exactly what the head is, right flank, left flank, spot fires, things like that.
One thing, Kurt, the OEM Fire grant, that's all mutual aid through the state. So those resources are available to everyone regionally. That's the agreement on that grant. So I think you guys are fairly close to Scappoose, close enough to get, they've got, I think, the most drones in the state probably, but something like that, that's in the contract of the grant. So that would be.
I mean, we're just getting really close to pencil whipping it. That's what we're getting close to.
Honestly, I'd rather, Gabe Wiggins for the record, I'd rather see us add communicating with Lifeline over a drone. Most of the agencies, structural, will have that opportunity. I mean, maybe not so much in the metro area, but definitely in most of our rural areas. We're talking with Lifeline multiple times a year. You can make sure that you're getting those. It's easier to sit there, okay, well, we're going to put this one person over here to be our LZ coordinator and talk to them. Because then you're talking over the radio, you're having to give good information. And some of those things of, hey, we're at year 3 or year 9, some of those things that I remember when I was going through my engine boss communicating with, those are things that we still have to do. You're not going to be able to really do that necessarily with a drone. So I lean more towards let's include Lifeline than drone personally.
Damon Simmons, Portland Fire. I would support both. I would support our agency's options, right? Like it doesn't need to be an either or. I think you can tell people that you're off the 12 o'clock of a drone. You can see the direction it's flying in on. I think I just don't think we need to shut out, necessarily options if we don't have to. I think let's leave it as broad as we can, and then let the, agencies that are the governing agencies, lock us down rather than doing it ourselves.
For the record, just thinking about this logistically in terms of how this affects fire certification. So if we add things that are technically not allowed to this task book, and maybe more research would need to be done, contact with NWCG to see if that is correct or not. So say we create this firefighter type 1 that is essentially an Oregon specific, then that's the only certification that is wildland that is Oregon specific. So they then do not qualify for the next levels. So they don't just get to do an Oregon specific firefighter type 1 and then become an engine boss that's the regular engine boss, because they have not served in the position of firefighter type 1 in an actual NWCG, qualification capacity. So then are we then creating Oregon specific engine boss again and all of the subsequent levels? Is that, because that's generally speaking the opposite of the direction that we're trying to go.
So
And I recognize that this is a difficult task to complete, but at the same time, like the more that we get away from this, the more complicated this is going to get.
Right.
Sorry, go ahead.
Brian with Fire District 3. So yeah, just thinking about that. I mean, I think getting creative and out of the, thinking outside the box is great. I love the ideas and really the intent. What are the trying to identify your need for resources, your hazards, your location. I mean, I agree those things can be done with a light flight or drone. According to this, it looks like it has to be done on a wildland incident or prescribed burn. This. If we go away from that, what are the repercussions from that? I'm just trying to think out loud. Would that be recognized, the certification be recognized? Obviously, it would be recognized for a local agency, but what would the state, would it be okay with the state for a conflagration? Or if we get sent out of state down to California or other areas, would our firefighters be able to take this cert and be able to go and respond? For some of our departments, we get involved with those out-of-state responses as well as sending our strike teams all over the state as well too. So I think local as well as bigger picture, will this meet the intent of that?
So I real quick, Rick, I'd say that as far as in-state mobilizations go, not a problem because we recognize the DPSST process. I don't know how EMAC requests would go. It depends on how the request comes in from Washington, California, Florida, whoever's asking. They may say specifically it must meet NWCG requirements. And in that case, they would not meet the requirements. So I would say it would jeopardize potentially interstate mobilizations.
Davidson, Portland Fire doesn't even have more on that in the group, but I've heard that California is starting to crack down more.
Sean Johnson, what I've gathered, or the information that I have gotten from the state fire marshal's office, is that when we go on a deployment across to California or anywhere else, we are under the umbrella of the Oregon State Fire Marshal's Office, which is through everything is through DPSST with our certifications. And so that's how we're allowed to, like California, you're required to have CDL, stuff like that for driving emergency apparatus. Here we're not. So those sort of things were encompassed under the state fire marshal's umbrella and the state regulations here. Whether that may change in the future, don't know, because like you said, California might start cracking down. They might start requiring a little bit more. But that's what my understanding is from Mariana.
Yeah, and for that, Rick, and for that is true for the, getting down there and operating down there. But as far as the request from the EMAC on the certifications, they actually say, we want these certifications. And so that's where the gray area that the hiccup may come is if they say specifically and meets NWCG firefighter type 1 or engine boss, that's where the hiccup could come in if we were to modify this.
Caleb Allred. I am uncomfortable moving away from the intent of the task book. I think, however, that being said, I think how aerial resources, like I said before, how it's interpreted and on a prescribed or an incident, how can we kind of interpret that to fit as best we can? I know it's not going to please everyone. As best we can, the intent of that task book, which sounds like it includes drones, Life Flight, unfortunately, I don't know if it would include Life Flight, if they would be able to work with you on an incident or a prescribed burn, I'm unsure. But that's my 2 cents.
Yes, someone online.
Oh.
So everything.
Thank you.
Patrick?
Yeah, good morning, Patrick Weinman. Offer 2 pieces. I went back just now and pulled up the recently adopted Oregon Fire Service Mobilization Plan from the Fire Marshal's office. It is specific within the mobilization plan to the NWCG level of certification for both in-state and out of state. So to create a standard that doesn't align with NWCG, i.e. Creating differences in the task books or trying to find a way, in my words, trying to find a way around the standard instead of as it's outlined in NWCG would be quite complicating and may speak directly against the effort that is outlined in the mobilization plan. So for that point, I would take a position of wanting to stick strictly to the way that it is drafted in NWCG. I recognize for Kurt and others the complication that creates, and I'm not minimizing the impact there, but the standard is the standard, and to see Oregon maintain staying with that standard, I think is absolutely essential. If an individual organization or their members choose not to follow that standard, they are within their rights as a authority having jurisdiction to not to do that. They can choose within their own organization to not certify through DPSST using that standard. It's not required. It creates some limitations for them, but it's not required. But I am 100% on board with adopting NWCG as published, and that becomes the standard in Oregon. I think the second point I would offer on that is it also creates consistency across the board in expectations of training. When you're talking about a firefighter type 1 or an engine boss or a div soup, a div soup is a div soup is a div soup, and same could be said for engine boss, firefighter type 1 down to firefighter type 2. Training standards are the same whether we're comparing somebody in Oregon to Florida or a mobilization to California. It wouldn't matter, and I would be opposed to seeing us go to something that would change the standard. We've worked very hard in this state to work towards following the standard, and I would want to encourage the rest of the team here to keep with that. Thank you.
Damon Simmons, Portland Fire. I don't, for us, we are in support of NWCG as written. I would want clarification though on whether those other resources would be acceptable with NWCG. I think that's a pretty important question. But yeah, I think just for us, we want to have out of state capabilities.
Yeah, Ryan, Fire District 3, that was well said. Patrick, thank you for that. And I think that's good. Kind of bring us back to center on that. I think I'm in the same position.
Kurt Donaldson, I agree. NWCG is important. It's important that we follow it. I'm absolutely 100% opposed to this requirement. And I'm telling you right now, it's going to have a ripple effect on every other level of certification after it. End of story. This is not as easy. If we're going by the letter of the law on here, it's wildfire and prescribed fires. So either you're going to be there and you're going to have folks just lined up in a row and just be handing the radio down the line, which isn't the intent of this at all, to get people to firefighter 1. I can tell you right now, as this is written and as it's presented, and nobody's a bigger supporter of the NWCG standard than I am. I'm voting against it because it is gonna torpedo all of our levels of cert. and people are gonna pencil whip it. That's
Evan
what's
Jarvis.
gonna happen.
Sorry, Evan Jarvis, Woodland Fire. I don't really see like this is gonna change that much compared to, we moved it down one spot. You still had to already have your firefighter 1 to get your engine boss, which this was the engine boss requirement already. And there's no positions that require the firefighter 1. Like you can still go on configurations, still do other things. I don't really see like this is going to have that much difference. This is going to move the gatekeeper per se down one step. So I don't agree that it's going to have that big of a change compared to what we already have as far as engine bosses.
Kurt Donaldson, what does it take to be an engine? What's the prereq for an engine boss? It's firefighter 1.
No, I understand that. That's my point, is that no other positions require the firefighter 1 besides the engine boss for like state conflagrations or anything like that. And so it's just moving the gatekeeper position down 1 versus the engine boss. So we might have less firefighter 1s, but it's still going to be the same amount moving forward. If that makes sense.
Well, Rick Hoger, but when it comes to people becoming engine bosses, we're gonna lose that capability if we can't get them to firefighter type 1. And on Damon's point, I agree. If staff could take time and reach out to DPSST to get a clarifying statement from them on what their intent is with that one, and see if we can have better direction from them. I have a feeling they're going to agree with drones. I don't know if unless the life flight is landing at a prescribed fire or an incident, I don't think they're going to agree with that one. But I think if staff could take some time and reach out, that'd be great.
Yeah, what I would recommend, not that we finalize anything, but that if we do adopt this as written, we will reach out to NWCG to see what, and the other surrounding states to see what people are doing. We can put that in the guide too, and then we can also just make sure that's noted on the application of like, this has changed. Also just of note, if you have folks with your firefighter type 1 task books open, they can continue to finish those. And so then if they don't have theirs, they will have to start this version. Does that sound reasonable as far as contacting NWCG to get that information and just make sure that we're as clear as possible? Because it seems like sometimes the way that their things are written is so that they can be interpreted. So hopefully getting it from the horse's mouth would be helpful.
Right, with District 3, do you have a question? I've kind of bounced this off folks back home too. The question came up, what does it mean moving forward now that's been removed from engine boss? So those that are currently certified as firefighter 1s going for the engine boss, if they didn't already do it with their engine firefighter 1s, now they have to do it with the engine boss. Is there a group of people that's going to completely miss out on all air to ground communications?
Yes. And that's just the nature of change, you know.
It's just they got caught in the gap.
Yeah, the lucky few. Yeah. I don't know that that's going to be possible to catch without contacting them individually. Yeah.
There's our.
But also the way that our tool for wildland certifications are written and the way that we link to the task books, we purposely don't have the task books on our website. So it always directs people to the NWCG website. And the way that the rule is written is that we are just always following it. And then we have these updates. So people should have been doing this already if they haven't started their task book. Do we want to take a break? Do you want to keep discussing this?
One thing, Ryan, District 3, on a slight topic change, but talk about task books. Prefacing this with the fact that request from the structure department, I don't know how legit a request this is, and we are a simple bunch in the structural world. Task books, one request I had moving forward was, is there any way to align the layout or format of task books across DPSST. A lot of people like trying to, even though the new task book now was much better on NWCG than the former task books, but it was still a navigational struggle for some trying to get through task books using NWCG versus DPSST task books. Like they said, when it came to task books, that was one thing, like all our task books could look a similar layout and style. Recognizing we're following NWCG, we don't want to change the standards on that, but yeah, I don't know how much of a good request that is or not, but trying to keep all of our task books at DPSST looking the same.
We can definitely improve the other task books. NFPA isn't creating task books, so we have a plan to review certifications and things like that with a task force, but I don't know that NWCG is gonna allow us to change their task books. I can ask, but I would guess they're probably like,
Big ask, I know.
no, thank you.
Something to keep from the group.
But I definitely will add that to the list of things to ask them about.
Well, and Caleb Allrott, we've actually kicked around the idea of having, not for NWCG, but on the structural side, having a task book task force at some point to look at our task books and kind of change the format. So we may not be able to change NWCGs, but we could potentially move our other task books more toward this look at some point as well. And then that would probably be a huge change and everyone would freak out, but eventually people would maybe get used to something like that as well. These are pretty, I mean, they're pretty nice with the drop-down menus and things like that, but yeah, so that's a thought too at some point.
Yep. And then that will all be
The drop down.
dependent on being ADA accepted. So we'll just cross those bridges when we get to them.
So Gabe Wiggins for the record, just an idea before we take our break or whatever, people think, what are the options, and this might be more directed towards our ODF or other partners, about the agency-specific task books? Can we, as Oregon, create because it says you can have, a little bit I read on it, you can have a task book as long as it meets the intent of the NWCG task book. But it's actually, so is that, I guess, it's something we can think about over the next, as we take a break or whatever, if anyone thinks about it, or something we can ask about down the road, but maybe that's an option to help us meet the standard with the, having it may take a little bit more work on our part. So it's just something just we've been talking, so.
Did you see that on NWCG's website? I'm sure there's just a little bit of information out there.
I can't, I'll have to go back through and look where I read it, then exactly where the standards are for that, because there's certain ones that have that ability, certain ones, some that don't. I'm not sure which ones they were, but there was some stuff for agency-specific task books out there.
So just from past experience, sorry, Chuck Chapin, working for the feds and ODF in the past, some of the agency-specific task books they come up with is like engine operator. You need S211 plus the driving course, the Forest Service has different things on prescribed burns. Those are some of the agency specifics. They don't necessarily go into specifics about.
Pre-established test.
Yeah, exactly. The other thing the Forest Service has put out is they follow NWCG, but they do their own requirement where they exceed PMS 310-1, where they say, okay, here's the engine boss requirements, but for our people, we're going to say for engine boss, you have to have S215. For crew boss, you have to have L280. Those are additional requirements that they've done. So you can exceed some of that, but you just generally can't modify it.
Take 10 minutes to get some coffee and restroom.
Yes, please.
Be back in at 10:15.
Do I need to rally the troops or are you gonna do it?
Yeah, if you want to, go.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll get this meeting back, up and going again. Is everyone in the room? Everyone online? Okay. So picking up, where we left off at task books, pages 4 and 5. Do we have anything else to add to that one?
Yeah, just one comment real quick. For the record, OSFM is really wanting to stick with the national standard and not make an Oregon state specific standard. So I just want to put that on the record.
Got one, I think, Evan online. I saw his hand go up.
Yeah, I just had some more clarification on the evaluator, especially with the new task books with the 4 positions. NWCG, I know, doesn't require all 4, but they don't really give us a good hard number. And we're used to our task books of having, so many boxes to sign. And I was just hoping that we could have a recommendation or kind of a guideline on, are we saying that we need to have a minimum of 2? Do we need to have 3? Do we need to have all 4 signed? Because on some of those tasks, it is very easy to get 4 people, 4 evaluations. On other ones, it's like we've already been talking about, it's very hard to even get 1 signature. And so that's what I was hoping that we could have, because NWCGs, from what I've been able to find, they say generally 2 people, 1 to perform the task, 1 to evaluate the overall task book. But that's kind of been a confusing part for a lot of our people, is that when do I need to just have 1 person get this done? Do I need to have all 4 done? So I was just hoping for some clarification or some recommendation from the committee on what we're actually looking for there, because it doesn't require all 4 to be done, but some people think that it does.
Gabe Wiggins for the record. I know for my agencies, I've always just done it as you have to have something in every single line, because sometimes each of those position record numbers is a different incident and you're not going to get all of them in one incident. So as long as you had something somewhere down the line, where you hit every single one of those at some point, some things you're going to get multiple signatures on, some things you're only going to get 1. But that's the way I've done it in the past. That seems to be what the intent of it was, but.
Brett Peterson, ODF. One thing to notice with the new task book is the 1, 2, 3, 4 are not supposed to be incidents, but evaluators. And you now no longer just initial and date the 1 or 2 tasks they did. You have to initial every single one of them. So every single task under number 1 is now has to be filled out as an evaluation form. As part of that, the requirement, I guess, as I understand it, is you have to have at least 1 signature in every task. It may take you 4 or 5 evaluations to get there, but every skill should have an M in there or an E. And if it takes, like the Forest Service Red Card Club said, they have 3 incidents, 15 days, 1 hotline each incident. That's a different level. I think for the very minimum is you meet the standards for at least 1 task for each position, and from there becomes an agency to specific process of how much or how low you want to go.
Cool. Thank you guys. Yeah, that was the way we've been doing it. I just wanted, one of the questions when we started doing the new task books last year was people were then at Moz were getting confused by do I need to have all 4 of these signed? And that was no, you want to get each task signed off, but it doesn't, by different evaluators, you might get some done today, someday, different day. But that was just a confusing because of the way that our task books are set up at DPSST. People were thinking they had to have every box signed by every person. And that was one of the kind of confusing things, at least in our group last year at Moz, was that. And then I've had that discussion internally here at Wildland with people where they don't have to have every box signed by every single person.
Fort Vondre, Salem Fire, if you look at the position evaluation table at the first part of the task book, it delineates that the trainee does not have to complete 4 training assignments to complete recommended for certification. The home unit will determine the appropriate number. So it lines it out.
Yeah, anything else for task books? Next, okay, we'll take the next item, which is the currently adopted certification levels on page 6. And this is followed with a question, should any be removed? Anything to add to that, Kayla, Brooke?
For the record, so I've listed all of the ones that we currently have adopted into Oregon Administrative Rule. And then there's also the statistics. So this is based on our active database, which is people who have been active with a higher agency within the last 5 years. So some of these certificates are lapsed, but they're all in our active database. Just so you can kind of see the reason that we have 9,416 firefighter type 1s. For those of you who've been around for a while, Wildland interface firefighter at some point was the equivalent of firefighter type 2, and at some points was the equivalent of firefighter type 1. So those are all just bumped into firefighter type 1 right now, just because the way that our reports run. But as you can see, there's a few that we get. This is for the entire fire service in Oregon. So we have 32 heavy equipment bosses, 25 felling bosses, 44 firing bosses. And I can tell you from my experience, most of those are applied through, it's not, I guess it's sort of like reciprocity, but for Wildland, we generally require that they show us that they have met all of the qualifications. So these people are coming from other agencies or states where they have had that certification and applying for it here. Very rarely are we getting one that's like, they just took S230 and S290 and completed the felling boss task recently. So just for consideration, because we do have currently 78 levels of certification. So just putting these numbers into perspective, if there are any that we want to consider removing before we go into discussing levels that have been brought up to potentially add.
Ryan from District 3. We were talking about this earlier, but yeah, this is obviously meant for the greater good of the state. Southern Oregon area, we kind of stay with the mainstream certifications of the type 2, type 1 engine boss, strike team leader, and div suit. As far as heavy equipment and feller and all that other stuff, we don't use those, nor do I anticipate us moving toward using those. So that's kind of Southern Oregon area. That's kind of what we're looking at.
Gabe Wiggins for the record. So I think almost getting a little cart in front of the horse a little bit on that, because like, especially for like felling boss, but we're considering adding the follower 1, 3, 1, whatever the follower certs. We might want, that might lead to more people getting or being interested in doing the felling boss. They'll be hitting kind of some of those same things while they're working towards those follower certifications, I would think. So I personally think, whether I see their small numbers, but I think having them available for the agencies that need them is worthwhile to keep.
What do you, Ryan, just curious if you guys are looking toward that. What is your risk assessment on that and maintaining those folks at a high level of safety? And because that's one thing we're looking at is, like, all right, we certify these people now, they're going to be cutting down, falling all kinds of stuff. Where we rely heavily on our ODF partners to kind of take that on because they do that all the time and they're really good at it, versus us doing it once in a while now, assuming risk and liability of that. What is your consideration of that?
We do a lot of tree clearing in the off season, not necessarily directly towards wildland, but we do the chainsaw operations. I'm sure Kurt would agree with this. You know, we spend a lot of time clearing some of our back roads there in timberland of the Northwest. So, you know, that's where I think a lot of our experience or maintenance of those types of things would come from. But that's for, I guess, the next part of the conversation. We talk about adding versus right now we're talking about maybe getting rid of stuff.
Gotcha.
Fort Vondre, Salem Fire, we have no ODF protected ground in Salem.
Okay.
So we have a number of people who have worked or are working as timber fallers, and we just identify them. But to be able to have certification for them to obtain would be cleaner and better for us. I could see the firing boss becoming more with where the OSFM is going with their firing stuff. And as we look to increase our training and knowledge base in this area, having some people being able to obtain that firing boss would be, it would give them a path if they wanted to go there.
And Rick Licker, just one thing, you know, if somebody wants to go for task force leader, which is one of the ones that is currently being looked at here, you know, one of the pathways to become a task force leader is satisfactory performance as any 2 single resource boss positions. And if we get rid of everything but engine boss, then there's no pathway for the individuals to go through to get task force under DPSST. They would under NWCG, but not DPSST.
Yeah, I'm not saying we get rid of everything or anything. We have a tendency to add things and then we're like, we need this, we're going to use it. And I don't see that happening on this end of things, but potentially with the changes that are coming, that's great. I think we would also accept, so if somebody had other qualifications, you know, if they've yes, if we got rid of everything except engine boss, there wouldn't be another way to do that. However, if they did, for reciprocity, say have a crew boss or other single resource position, we would accept that as long as it meets the NWC standard for dumping that task force leader option.
Kurt Donaldson, according to the website for task force leader, they just have to be a strike team leader of some kind, stand, crew, heavy equipment, and then complete the task book. There's not according to this anymore, there's not a requirement to do the 2.
It's the or.
It's an or, not an and.
But I'm just,
So there's
it's
the 2
different
options.
pathways.
Yeah, there's 2 different pathways. Yeah. So I mean, you just complete the whole book,
Yeah.
or you do two different things, which are also in the same book. So it's like,
There's still 2 different tasks. So you have to do strike team and task separately. You can't do them. You can't do task. You got engine boss, get certified. Strike team leader, get certified. Task force leader, get certified. Or you can get engine boss, crew boss, IC4, and skip strike team leader, go through task force leader.
Yeah.
the task force leader and strike team leader, VTBs are combined.
The task is combined, the position's not.
However, the positions are not. Strike team leader tasks are completed only once. The required experience for task force leader must be met before an additional task force leader tasks. So we're in there. Does that say you have to have 2?
Because when you go to the NWCG or Department DPSST's certification guide, to become qualified as a task leader, you have to meet the required experience of a task leader, which is strike team leader experience, and then the task book for task force leader. You have to be a strike team leader before you can become a task leader.
Well, yeah, you have to get a strike team leader.
Yeah.
Not multiple.
No.
Right. That's why. That's what.
Strike team leader gets your division.
But you have to get a completed strike team leader task book and then reinitiate and do a task force leader task book.
Yeah. Yes. I just want to clarify, you don't have to be, because that's out there in the world. But you have to be 2 strike team leaders to be a task. That is out there in the world. I hear it all the time. I don't know where it comes from, but it's out there.
2 strike team leader, 60 division. Brent Peterson, just one last thing on that too. is as far as the extra positions, having a firing boss, having that heavy equipment boss, and those other things justifies having task force leader and justifies having division chief. Because just because on conflict you only use one operation, the definition of a task leader is to use multiple resources, and divisions is what use multiple resources. So you should have the ability to work with can crews, dozers, fighting bosses, helicopters, and not having nothing on the roster really limits your justification of why you have task leader division. You're only doing one thing. That kind, I think, having those other positions really justifies the existence of those positions. So keeping them on the roster, I think, is your best interest.
Sean Johnson, real quick, question for Christian. Since you guys have your Wildland crew, and also with Clackamas having theirs, I mean, do you guys use like the felling boss or, you know, heavy equipment or anything like that as part of your guys' crew?
We do, but we also work through IQS. So we essentially have two certifying agencies. Well, things like ICT-4 doesn't go across, so we meet or exceed the standards required in our IGA by ODF and the Forest Service. So it's an easy fill in for us on the DPSST side because it's a completed NWCG task book. But as far as positions, we use all of them, all the SRBs. We've got a couple folks that are strike team of crew, one strike team of heavy equipment. So we do, but obviously that's on the side of our IGAs with the state and the feds.
Right. So, and that's something that's kind of becoming more, you know, it started off with Clackamas with their crew 30. Now Sweet Home with the crew 21. And I think it's something that we'll probably start seeing more of throughout the state. Maybe not in the next year or two, but eventually, as some of the structural departments coming up with their own wildland groups. And so I think, you know, keeping a lot of these
There's even
makes sense.
another talk to be had about the fireline medics, fireline EMTs, as OSFM pushes us a little more into that realm with possibilities. So I don't know. I'm not one to say take positions out, but there's probably a list we could add more to facilitate our wants. But for the rest of the masses, I think where we're headed is pretty good. But keeping those things is probably important for future integration. Felling's a weird one though. Be very careful with that. We use the feds for our felling program. But we were advised by the state and the feds on an incident, you know, you'll still get a felling mod. You're not going to be asked to fall at a C or a type 1 faller. So you can, but yeah, there's a lot more liability with all that.
Oh, yeah.
Those that are interested, just tread lightly, talk to your attorneys.
Even though Gimp doesn't follow the falling standards very often, we don't cut stuff. We hire fallers for us.
Correct, and that's, you know, we had professional fallers that are on the crew and have qualified with the feds as a C faller or a type 1. And under the knowledge of you're not going to fall trees, you're able to refuse. So that's the more value we get from that higher level faller. But
It sounds like we don't want to get rid of anything.
It's like none.
Certification orders. Okay, so that's totally fine. I think we're ready to go to the next section.
All right, so I think we're going to keep everything, it sounds like, which opens up our next point of discussion. Possible new certification levels found on pages 6 through 9. There's a whole list of things, and we'll throw that out to the group now for ideas on that.
Since fire investigators first, Rick Rickard, I'll go first. So with passage of Senate Bill 863, OSFM is now directed to investigate wildland fires, origin and cause, for cost recovery purposes. And currently, ODF is holding our certifications for our investigators. We would like to have DPSST hold the certification, so it's a one-stop shop, really easy when they get up on the witness stand to be able to testify and be able to show their CV that they've completed the FI 110 and 210 and have their wildland fire investigator certification. And so we would like to have that move forward. We do know that there are some other agencies out there that are also interested in getting it, local agencies, and getting it. And through our partnership with ODF, that's how we're getting the qualifications for our deputies to be qualified. So they're working hand in hand with the ODF investigators to get their task books signed, so there's no pencil whipping occurring. It is a full-on legit. Last year, we investigated 5 fires with ODF as a partner for cost recovery purposes. So,
Ryan, with District 3, I would echo that. I think that would be something, we have a very robust prevention division at District 3, and this is something that they would also put into practice too. So in support of seeing that one.
Becker Dawson, I'm always opposed to niche certs. How many people do we think this is going to make?
It's 25.
I mean, that's not a lot.
We have certs with less.
I know,
guess.
I know we do.
We would have 5 that would pursue this.
Oh, I would have people that would pursue it. They don't need to, but they're going to.
at OSFM, we would have 33 out straight away out the gate.
And we would use it. We have a lot of wildland urban interface areas that we would as well send people out for. So ours would use it.
This is one that has been requested over the years for quite some time. So just has, it wasn't one that was, just asked about randomly. And so it's been quite a few times over the past years.
I think we got someone on the screen there.
Patrick, you're muted. Is your hand up?
Yeah, thank you. Just for process, just so that I'm clear, for us moving forward with adding a new certification level, would that just require a motion of the committee, or is that just consensus? What's the appropriate mechanism to move something forward if we wanted to create a new level?
Yeah, we can do a motion. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we could do a vote on it to add something, and then we will adjust the application and the standard adoption verbiage in the next steps.
Okay, thank you.
Any further thoughts on wildland fire investigator?
Gabe Wiggins for the record. Kind of on the similar page as Kurt is, as far as having these niche, is there ways for us to just kind of include this as part of the investigator certification, or does it have to be a separate thing?
2 different standards.
Yeah, and Rick Quaker, when it comes to courtroom testimony, the current NFPA fire investigator does not qualify them as a subject matter expert for wildland fire.
Court of Andre, Salem Fire, there are a number of, a few agencies in Oregon that are exempt from OSFM. And Salem being one of them. We could call and get an investigator from that, but we do most of our own investigations. So having this for us would be a value add.
We just need a motion for it.
If we want to.
Do you want to do one at a time, or do you want to do all of them, or lump them together? How do you want to?
Let's maybe one at a time.
Okay. So do we have a motion for wildland fire investigator to add to?
Make the motion to add it.
I'll second.
Would it be majority, like all in favor versus, or just?
Do that. Aye or nay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Majority rule. Okay, we still have a few, some follower certs, IC certs, op cert. Any discussions on those?
I've got comments on all of them, so. So real quick, so follower 3, OSFM stance is we support, follower 3. However, there's a caveat. When you're looking at the requirements for follower 3, they have to work under a follower 2. OSFM does not support follower 2. One of the biggest reasons why we don't support follower 2 is capacity for recertification. With that one, it's every 3 years. They have to show proficiency, and with the way that trusting the agencies to make sure that they're actually truly proficient, not just, oh, they were able to follow through once and then not follow through ever again in their life, the type thing, and now they're supervising a follower 3. In support of follower 3 because there's a lot of swamping that already is occurring out there, and essentially that's the swamper position. And currently on mobilizations and in local districts, this activity is already happening. This is just a certification to go with it. So I think they kind of go hand in hand. If we do follow 3, we kind of would have to do follow 2. But if don't do follow 2, can we really do follow 3? So discussion point.
Having a following program, sorry, Christian Whitfield, we rely on our federal partners for research. So we have an advanced, intermediate, and basic fellers, but we rely on our federal partners for our research evaluations. So.
And Rick Wicker back again on mobilizations. We're going to be leaning on our federal and state partner agencies when it comes to dropping trees. And so I don't see, unless it's an emergent like fire burning coming right down at you, that the chainsaws would really even come off the truck. To fall something, to swamp around the house, absolutely. But to drop a tree, we're going to be relying on the falling modules from the federal or state partners.
Brad McKenzie, if you're going to start certain fallers and we are already swamping anyway, what would it matter? And I agree with your falling program, but for those of us structurally, why go there?
And our structure side does not go through the following program, so just so that's, we don't have followers on the other side, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Brent Peterson, Department of Forestry, same concept. Even ODF, there are very few follower 3 to follower 2 in our agency. We call basic chainsaw operations, and that's just to cut stuff, making shells and cut back stuff on the roads. Different trees, we're hiring followers to do that. We're not doing it ourselves. Hand crews, I can see it's definitely a possibility, but engine crews, that's very, very cut stuff.
And Rick, back on Brad's point, I think leaving it the way it is, status quo, is fine because a lot of agencies, people that are going to be running a chainsaw on a wildland incident, they already cover like you guys do, and similar with ODF. For my volunteer agency I work for, we put people through chainsaw safety operations in order to do basic swamping around structures. And so I think by adding a certification, that's just going to handcuff us more. And leave it upon the AHJ to do their own in-house training and allow their people to do their thing.
Like I said, a little bit of a slippery slope when you get into falling stuff, so.
Okay, so for followers, are we hearing any motion want to add, or are we good to leave as is?
I move we leave as is.
I second that.
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, follower, leave as is. Moving into the next categories. Like incident commander type 3. We'll take that one at a time. IC type 3. Have one. Thoughts on that one?
Doesn't that imply that we're going to start recognizing IC type 5 and IC type 4 to become an IC type 3? So instead of actually creating one cert, we're going to create 3 certs? Just throwing that out there.
So you don't have to be a 5 to get your 4, but you do have to have your 4 to get your 3. The 5 is part of firefighter type 1. If you look
Not
at the
anymore.
ICS, huh?
Not anymore. They.
Right, but if you look at the PMS chart that they have out, I just checked it yesterday, and they actually, in the flow chart, your 4 goes to your 3, your 5 is still a standalone, according to the chart.
Drops 5. It's a route where you don't have to get 5.
Right.
Used to be where the firefighter type 1 and the IC type 5 was combined. Same task.
Different position.
Yeah.
Correct.
And now they've taken that out and it's a standalone.
Right, but you don't have to get your 5 to get your 4.
How do our, sorry, Court Vondre Salem Fire, how do our state teams become an IC?
It's Rick Laker. So they go through the training process through OSFM, which meets NWCG or FEMA. And that was a comment that I was going to make here on this one, is that most of our IMT members are actually FEMA qualified. The only ones that we still stick to NWCG is the operations section. Pretty much everything else is FEMA. And we're actually getting ready to meet here later this year to basically another task force like this at OSFM to review our training standards. But there is no requirement at this point for us for them to go through 4, 3 to get to type 2.
Just for everyone's sake, Christian Whitfield, the team ICs currently are all complex ICs.
For the 4 service and
Just for the OSFM teams, they are all complex, or are they 3?
they are type 2.
Type 2, which is now complex.
No,
It's no longer a 2.
we're FEMA type 2.
Just clarify for everybody, that is a new change, newer.
Yeah.
Complex is now 1 and 2.
And that's why most of our positions are FEMA required, FEMA tracked positions, because we are FEMA, we're an all hazard FEMA type 2 team. And that with the exception of the operations section, because majority of what we do is wildfire. We wanted to make sure that our operations folks knew the wildfire portion, and worked up through the ranks, through NWCG ranks to get to where they're at today.
So would it be more beneficial to have an IC complex instead of a type 3 as a potential?
So, Rick Weichert, so our position at OSFM is currently the OEM is currently doing the state qualification system where they're tracking all the type 3 ICs, the type 3 teams, type 3 qualified individuals. Our position is that we let OEM do OEM thing and the not add additional workload to DPSST for it. And because well, and for the fact is that the FEMA all hazards positions are all hazards to include wildfire. And so and looking at the notes here, I don't disagree with what Mark Crane said. There's a need for a type 3 team out in the gorge, but they can be a FEMA all hazards type 3 team and be able to manage a wildfire incident. And so our position is that anything that is higher than a type 4 IC or position is left alone to OEM to manage those certifications.
Just an ODF. I like what you're saying. I agree with that completely. I think OEM already is offering, but I think about 3 or 4, if not more, of the 0305 type 3 IC class, type 3 class this year alone. We're not even halfway through the year. And DPSST has offered the plant section chief, logistics chiefs regularly. So the process is already there. For us to go and add NWCG in, we're adding in, like you said, type 4, type 3, plants chief, finance chief, because you can't be an IC if it's ops. You have to have all the sections. There's a lot of sections for DPSST to deal with. It's already, the section's already there. That's my 2 cents.
And it fits, sorry, Port of Monterey Salem Fire, it fits more of the all hazards to continue to go through FEMA, OEM, and that will capture any of our, the city EOCs, things like that, instead of adding another layer to it. Confusing the process.
One last comment on that too, it's gonna get more complicated next year, because right now it's 0305 is the requirement for type threes. NWCG just released S 320, that's the one, which is going to be a very federalized process. I went to the first offering here at BRAC a couple weeks ago, a month ago, and hoping to become part of the cadre to start teaching the class for ODF. That's probably told ODF probably not going to teach it for a while because it's a force of class. If ODF can't teach it, that's going to be real hard for us in this room to get that class also. So going down the route of NWCG may be a process for a couple of years until we get that process figured out. So it all might be a faster process anyway.
Yeah. I'm just sitting on the Northwest Training Committee for the Region 6, and yeah, the process to get anything higher than a Type 3 through the NWCG system is going to be cumbersome. It's going to be a headache for anybody, including the ladies in this room that did handle the certifications. It's going to be a nightmare moving forward in the next couple of years. So the earliest that, and I'm not saying we should entertain it, but the earliest we should entertain it is 10 years from now.
Noted.
That's it. I'll be retired by then.
Okay, so it sounds like a lot of good talk on that. Let's just put that up for vote. Anything else to add to that before we do it? NWCG IC Type 3. Any motions for that one? To adopt
A
it?
motion that we didn't, Gabe Wiggins for the record, I make a motion that we do not add that certification.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Smiles on.
Any opposed? And I'm looking at the TV screen too for anyone online looking. You throw your hand up for opposed, we'll direct conversation to you too, but I'm not seeing any.
Seen Kayla smile that big.
Okay. Next one down is the ops section,
I make a motion that we do not adopt based on previous discussion.
which is fast track that one.
Second.
Okay, ops section, Type 3, all in favor for that motion to not?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
One topic that's not on the list, just to throw it out for discussion purposes. And what does it go like this? IC Type 4. And adding that, and the reason for that is because of the pathway offered through for task force leader. And so it's just a topic for discussion. I, as OSFM, am neutral on it. I just wanted to throw it out there because it is in the pathway for task force leader as an optional one, but just wanted to throw it out for discussion.
Patrick also had his hand up.
Yeah, I do have one more question. I'm sorry, I just could not get my hand up quick enough here on this ops section chief vote. Just a point of clarification. Are we still requiring that in order to teach a course, that you have to hold the next higher level of course in order to be able to teach it? If that continues to remain a requirement, are we imposing any sort of limitation within Oregon Structural Service on an instructor pool to teach and qualified division supervisor training by not creating a pathway to ops section chief?
So, Brooke Bellevue for the record. So we require, it's not necessary, generally speaking, it is a level above, but we require that all people requesting to instruct NWCG courses meet the NWCG requirements. So we check their website regularly, in their training catalog. Of course, it's logged out. I'll log in again in just a minute. But we make sure that, if somebody's requesting to instruct firefighter type 2, that they are an engine boss and that they meet those requirements. If somebody requests to instruct like division soup classes, I've asked them to send me their qualifications, even if they don't have it through DPS, they won't have it through DPSST because we don't go that high. So I don't necessarily know that there's a need to create a certification so that somebody can prove that they are qualified to instruct something, since they should have another way to show that they're qualified. Is that answering your question?
Yes, it begs another question then. I'm sorry, if that's the case, why aren't we doing that then just with all of the qualifications? So why would it be different for division than it would for any other qualification or vice versa? If they can demonstrate it in another way, why make the requirement? Does that make sense?
Because then we would have like 400 certifications, I guess. I maybe I'm not quite following. I guess at some point, a task force decided division group soup was the top level that they wanted to adopt. If you guys decide you want ICT 4, that's fine. We don't have that as a level that we offer right now. So the class is required for that. I brought it up here, but if somebody was to request to instruct a class and that was a level of certification we would offer, we would just check their qualifications. Sorry, Patrick, maybe I'm muddling this.
No, it's all right. I guess, let me rephrase the question. How would you qualify a division supervisor, instructor, a teacher, someone teaching the div soup content today?
I can answer that.
Okay.
Rick Weiger. So according to PMS 901-1, to be a lead instructor for S339 Division Group Supervisor, you must be fully qualified as a Division Group Supervisor and have experience as an instructor. So this is where they stop you have to be one grader.
So I guess that's where I'm going. So I'm familiar with what the PMS says. I'm asking, is that what DPSST is doing? Are you subscribing to that idea, or are you still requiring it to be something different than what's listed in the NWCG standard?
Well, anytime anybody, which it's pretty rare, requests to instruct that, I go to the Wildland Learning Portal, and sorry, you're gonna have to wait for me to get a code here. But I'll show you all my exact process so that I make sure I'm not allowing unqualified instructors.
So are you getting, same in Simmons, Portland Fire, are you getting like 1 request a year, 2 requests a year for that class?
Yeah, it's pretty rare for that. Is that 330 for
339.
Okay. So I would go to the class and then I go to nope, I change it a little bit every time I come here. So minimum instructor qualifications. So this is what I look for. What do you need? So they just have to be a divs.
That's for unit instructors.
The lead has to be in.
Lead has to be.
Oh, sorry, yes.
That's-
Ops sector. So I would have them send me that. Again, this one happens pretty rarely. But if they're requesting to instruct that, then they just provide this through, usually they have an NWCG cert or their IQS printout. And then if they can't provide that, then they don't get approved. Does that
Okay.
make sense?
It does.
And
Yep.
that's what I do for the higher levels, because it's hard for me to memorize all the requirements, but we check this pretty frequently also just to make sure we're not missing anything.
And obviously, you wouldn't meet that requirement either.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. Any questions on that? And yeah, we always go by the lead instructor, not the unit instructor. I was just on the wrong line. Okay.
Any further discussions on the ops section? Chief, type 3? that answer everyone's questions, and are we still comfortable with how we left that?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions. I just wanted to close that loop. I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Patrick. Okay, moving on to our next topic of discussion are the courses found on pages 9 and 10.
Did we want to finish the conversation on IC type?
I'm sorry, you're right. Going back, I think I mentioned C4. Yeah, we'll follow that one through. Any more discussions on that or motions on IC type 4?
So what's the pathway to get to get certified as IC4? Because it kind of be signed off by someone who's currently certified. So it kind of minimizes your opportunities. I mean, the engine boss that's straight to task force test division is already going to be the majority of the focus. I mean, I think getting an IC4 is kind of getting that niche category of people who come from agencies that already have it or have the ability to go work with ODF or a crew and deal with that. I mean, I think it'd be hard to get.
It's hard even where I'm at. My force is still open, and even with our IGAs and good neighbor, I see a couple fires and still haven't finished my 4. So that's ODF fires that I went as a trainee. So
that's why we don't use IC5, because I mean, pretty much our guys go from firefighter 1 straight to engine boss and bypass 5, and from 5 they go to 4, because it's hard enough to get 26 guys to your system. I can hardly imagine what you guys have to deal with on who can't get fires regularly. That'd be a nightmare.
It's almost like they'd have to talk to a helicopter.
Yeah. To be fair, I have 26 guys. It's hard for me to get my guys to talk to helicopters. I have 2 of them on the forest.
Anything that you want to add to the selling point on that one, or?
No, I just wanted to have a conversation on it just because it is one of the pathways. And I do know a handful of people that are IC4s. My task book is done for it. And there's just no way to, unless you're an IQS, there's no way to track it.
So there's not really a use outside of the IQS setting.
Right.
I mean, structure fires are structure fires, right? WUI fires are still under a structure fire. I mean, it's in your district, you have AHJ.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So again, I'm neutral on it.
Okay, so we have an idea on the table. Does anyone want to push that forward, or we want to just let it rest for this go around?
Second.
There wasn't even a motion.
No.
No, there wasn't.
Okay. Okay, I think maybe it stands as a good topic for discussion, and we'll think about it, and next go around, maybe we'll bring it up again. So, okay.
Perfect.
All right. Anything else to add to new certification levels? We move on. Any other ideas out there? Okay, not seeing any. Let's move on to courses for discussion on pages 9 and 10. And discuss this. We'll start off for engine boss, 231.
So just for the record, this is mainly just informational. We did touch on S229 earlier. For since watching out there, just clarifying again that S231 does not replace S230. The name is not helpful, but it currently is not a required class. If that changes, we will revisit the topic, but the expectation is that S230 is being completed. I just wanted to make sure that everybody was aware of that. I see you, Kurt. I feel you.
It explains what Kurt Donaldson, for the record, explains why when you go on fires with our federal cooperators, they don't know how to work with engines. Because a lot of them are just coming through crews. Yeah. Just throwing that out there.
Quick question, because you and I had talked about it. I think that gap 231. Does anyone utilize that?
Times it's very rare.
So that's one I would, after we talked about it, that's one I probably won't use just for the sake of that NWCG standard. So I don't know if anybody else has looked into that. The gap 131, 231, 331.
think so. I think it goes all the way up there. I have to double check and see what's going on with
I would-
those to make sure we can.
I would just be very careful if anybody's thinking about using it because it does skip steps.
A few years ago, I used the G131 and, halfway through the class, I pulled that CD out, threw it away, grabbed the 131 CD, threw it in and finished the class out with that because it missed too many things. Too many important
And
things.
ultimately, is it really that much of a time saver? I mean, from what I understand,
No,
it shaves a couple of hours or something.
yeah,
If I,
it's one day class either way.
sorry, Christian Whitfield, if I was to go back on anything we should potentially get rid of, it would be those gap classes,
Okay.
just for the sake of not butting into those issues with WCG. My own personal take, but sorry, kind of a go back.
I think they're helpful.
See it frequently these days.
I think they're helpful when you first transfer from the interface.
Lately, but anybody using it to get certified, so that is. It is just not expired. Okay.
Yeah, that's.
Think that I didn't think about that. Yeah.
For Donaldson, I just don't, I can't remember. Do we have a knock still for 231 or is that? Yeah, okay.
Oh, wait, no.
Okay.
It did, yeah, it doesn't go towards the level certification, so we don't have a knock for it.
I couldn't remember.
We've tried to.
I had one years ago. And now I
Try to
don't.
rein in the things that we're putting in our system. I know to a lot of people's chagrin. But we're trying to keep the training that we put into our system, is either provided by our DPSST training coordinators or trainers. And those are specifically listed to go towards maintenance. Or it is training that goes towards certification. So just letting everybody know kind of what direction we've moved to, because I know in the past we used to put in all sorts of things, which is why we now have, some people have training that just has numbers on it that we don't know what that really means. So trying to make sure that all the training goes towards certification, so it's clear what the intent of that is. And then S29, thanks for the update about it. And as I said before, you know, as we find out more information, we'll see what we need to do with that. But there's not really anything publicly available at the moment that I was able to find to share with you guys about it. And then I just also wanted to mention the maintaining currency. And of course I found this and then I wasn't able to find it again. So I think it is probably in the 310-1 somewhere. But I definitely want to include this in the guide if it's not already in there about how to maintain currency, because there's a slight difference in how we maintain the wildland certifications versus all the other certifications. And that this would be on the agencies themselves to maintain whether their folks are going out and maintaining their certs properly. Is there any question or concern about how staff has interpreted that maintaining currency statement, the one in the middle? Also just wanting to make sure that people aren't like, I could just do 400 RT 130s and never be, you know, serve as a firefighter type 2 and I'm still good. Wanting to or anything higher, you know.
Right from District 3, that's a great question for the group. Like, how are you guys maintaining currency? Are you doing, because there's no hours like DPSST has for structure attached to different certifications. You know, it's a year requirement, 3 years and 5 years. What is the group doing? Just using that certification at some point in there, or annually, or at least once in that 3 to 5 year period, or what? With the group, are you guys maintaining record or showing currency?
So IQS tracks your experience. So you input, or it's already input every fire that your crew is on. That's how we do it on the strictly wildland side, but The other side's really hard if you don't track incidents. You guys do the same thing, Brent? Yeah.
Every first track to QS.
Super nice, but there's not really that in DPSST track. I know locally for our structure side, using our reporting system, that's how we pull training records with hours on assignment or hours on fire, right? Whatever it is to maintain those.
So would DPSST would just fall under the operations tract where it would be the 90 hours for under DPSST's eyes to maintain?
It's listed on the operations track, but as I said, technically it's not something that like we're doing hours for. So because our rules say you're following the NWCG guidelines, people should be maintaining this by going on incidents and doing their RT-130. So kind of just informationally, agencies need to know that there needs to be some sort of tracking mechanism internally for this, especially if they don't have access to IQS.
Well, Chuck Chapin, maintaining currency through NWCG also states doing some type of pack test to that level. Or are folks currently doing pack tests? I knew you guys were.
It's not required.
It's only on one side.
But for NWCG, if we're maintaining those, it is.
Yep.
Right. We do it on one side of the house, not the other.
Yeah.
So
We actually do at our, anybody that's wanting to go on state deployments or anything like that, we require the
moderate. Do you guys do moderate or arduous?
Arduous.
Yeah. We've looked at going to an arduous for all, but we do have a union, so. So you're dead.
One of the things that we looked at too in the past is Sean Johnson, by the way, is doing moderate for anybody that's doing in-state deployments. And if you're planning on going out of state to like California, because California treats us a whole lot different than what we do in state.
Yep.
For the most part. And so anybody that wants to go out of state on EMAC request must pass the arduous.
Yep.
And we stick to it. We've been doing that for the last 4 years now.
So it sounds like DPSST hasn't been great at it's not clear that like maintaining your wildland certs for DPSST means you have to do what NWCG says. So it sounds like that's not clear. So that's probably something that should also be included in the guide, if not on the application. But
So Damon Simmons, so currently for DPSST, if we have an audit on one of these certs and we can show with our internal HJ records that this individual committed this many incidents as this position, you get
as long as they're maintaining, so you guys have the record for that. And then like if they need to do a pack test for that level, you should have that on record too. And then their RT-130, then I believe that would cover it. Am I understanding that right, Rick? Or
The only, Sean Johnson here, and the only drawback, is, especially with the volunteer departments, is requiring, even though, yes, NWCG requires arduous or whatnot for certain levels, the state has never truly required that in the past. And volunteer departments it will devastate a lot of the state deployments because people won't be able to do it.
well, so they're using their DPSST certifications that say they meet the NWCG standards to go on a deployment that requires that, but they don't actually meet the standard. So that's the problem you got.
Here's what everybody's dancing around. We started talking about going out once every 5 years. And now we've transitioned into mandating a physical fitness requirement for every wildland certified firefighter in the state. We're just throwing that out there. That's what we're walking into.
Because there's nothing, there's nothing in the application that states that they have completed the pack test for the level. certification, it just says if you meet training requirements and task book, if the task book does not require a pack test. And so a lot of AHJs have interpreted that they don't have to do a pack test.
I do believe our maintenance rules does state something about meeting the NWCG PMS 310, which, yeah, again, I know you guys are all in there all the time reading our OARs. So that's a communication issue. But again, I don't think we can pick and choose what part of a standard we use and what we don't.
Sean Johnson, I can tell you right now, so, and I think Chief over there can back me up on this, is that I think Halsey, we're one of the only agencies within Lynn County that require any of our guys to do the pack test. I know Albany, Lebanon, a lot of the other agencies in Lynn County do not.
So if you don't do that, what does your liability look like when someone goes out on a fire and?
Well, Chuck Chapin, again, that goes back, if we adopt NWCGs to the fullest, and that's the route we want, the liabilities will come back to the departments and to the fire chiefs because we're not doing it. It's something Tangent doesn't do currently, but I'm looking at doing because we're trying to follow NWCG.
Kurt Donaldson here, no, we're just shifting the liability to when we do the pack test that kills people. That's what we're shifting the liability to.
Are you, Brian, are you able to pull up on where it talks on my computer died, but where it speaks to the test on WCG? Just think what the wording says.
It's also in the vote plan, arduous.
Is it?
It is.
Yeah. For fire marshal.
Below us of a mobile plan?
Yeah. This is just how.
Where
When did that go into the milk plan?
Yeah.
It's been in there for a couple of years at least. I don't know when it went in, but I know I've seen it in a couple of years.
Rick, do you know where would be a good place to find that?
I would just,
Yeah. Is that speaking to the actual pack test or just saying the physical level it's at arduous level?
Fitness level, arduous.
So if we do a fit for duty in a department that goes through a fitness test, but it's not the pack test.
I've heard it said as people use
Was that
CPAT, or whatever your physical fitness standards.
Might be another place.
it's
Somebody just opened a can.
PMS 307.
Sorry, I'm trying to get to Teams. It's like constantly.
Oh, we can't dance.
Nope. I just wasn't.
It's just anything off bar is like. I'm gonna stop sharing screen for just a second so I can actually access stuff.
Fresh on. It's our job. Markers.
Right.
Not on the structures.
Right.
Okay, and then just as a time note, we are getting close to 12, which is when a lot of people go to lunch. If we think we can get through this in 20 minutes, if not, if we want to take a break and have lunch and come, also do that. Anybody have?
After this, we just have the voting. Is there any more discussions?
Voting, there probably will be a little bit more discussion on the task book, I expect. And then any changes on the application and guide. But it should move pretty quickly if there's not a whole lot further discussion after lunch.
What does the group want to do? Do you guys want to keep going forward? Do you want to break and come back after lunch?
Why don't we just power through and get it done?
I don't know. Everyone good with that?
Quick restroom break.
Okay. Does anyone need a restroom break? Yeah. Let's take a quick 5-minute break.
They just like disappear. Yeah.
You're not updating the mobile.
Yeah.
Yesterday.
I'm looking at the 2024 plan and it's arduous.
Almost, pretty much. Well,
One, change the training requirements, obviously. So yeah, all of the positions are showing arduous, except for strike team. Strike team is moderate. Task force though is arduous.
Yes. And so is div soup.
Yep.
So if you go back and look at, so the strike team of Indians, they, back when this was developed with the Forest Service, a lot of times their stems never leave the road. Road, pavement, whatever you want to call it, they don't, that's why the moderate. Task force leaders, going back to what Brent was talking about, they deal with crews, dozer, they got to leave the road. So now we're going back to arduous.
And then there's no reference in the MOB plan to that, but it's using the same language as 307, which arduous is, pack test 3 miles and 45 minutes with a 45-pound pack.
So possibility, yeah, Peterson again. It's kind of like being an EMT. You can get certified as an EMT, but you can't practice until you get someone that's actually signed into it. The same process, 10 exams, no one will sign you off. You can pass the test and get your RT. So it's not part of the process, but it's part of the process.
Once again, we were talking about it at the last break. This is that one size fits all cookie cutter. That's the problem with the NWCG. It's one size fits all cookie cutter. We designed this for guys that are from hot shots to, down.
We'll re-engage with the conversation we left off at talking about the level, the pack test and level of physical activity associated with certifications. So we started diving down this rabbit hole and I think it's created some good conversation, so let's continue. So by letter of the law on this one, for certification, you need to complete a PAC test from NWCG at that level that's identified in the position description. Does that sound correct?
So if it is listed as arduous, then it needs to be completed. Is that?
So has that been DPSST's stance, is that you guys have been assuming that this has been done or is being followed
Yes.
when you certify?
I think, yeah, and that's a pretty big assumption. But looking at the application, I guess there's a note just saying refer to the PMS 310-1. I don't recall if it says anything about this in the guide. But I don't know that if we move forward with adopting PMS 310-1, that we can pretend we don't know. So definitely the communication needs to be better.
John Johnson here. So essentially, if that is going to become a requirement, would recertification have to happen every year? Because that's how often the PAC test has to be done, is every year. I mean, or do we, you see what I'm saying? It's one of those things. It's kind of like the RT 130. There's no way to really track that everybody's getting the RT 130, but unless, you know, every department out there has to send in a roster of RT 130 that's being done. But again, with the back test, you know, that it's a must once a year type deal. So
I guess my concern is that we have all these people who want a certification, but they don't want to do what's required to have it.
Caleb, I think for certification purposes, I mean, we can't do maintenance recertification every single year. I think the assumption would be, or our kind of guiding principles that we would share with the fire service, is that this would be expected every year, and maintenance recertification would still continue for 2 years. So the records at your home department would indicate that it was completed each year of the maintenance recertification cycle.
Brian, District 3, I mean, this is going to be really unpopular, so hopefully no one has any heavy object to throw at me. But I mean, you have it listed RT 130 as a checkbox, right? And that's supposedly every year.
Yeah.
I mean, do we even open up that box of adding the PAC test on there as a checkbox? I mean, that's super unpopular, but I mean, if this is, we're trying not to ignore the black and white of NWCG, what does that look like and how do we navigate that? I mean, as a group.
So, Gabe against for the record. So I think we're kind of getting into the certification versus qualification conversation. Having a piece of paper, one of my former chiefs, you know, having that coupon is one thing, but actually being qualified to do it. Qualification lands on the AHJ for any position, you know, and I think that's where it needs to stand, you know. Okay, one thing, you get the paper because you completed X training, but that's just continuing to have that piece of paper. Qualifications on the agency.
But does that foul us with the MOB plan?
Again, we refer back to the AHJ.
But it says in the MOB plan, required arches. That's why if we're gonna be, okay, we don't do this, and then in 2 weeks, the state's like, hey, anybody going on a conflict will be at the arduous level.
Again, we don't pull certifications. So if we call Sweet Home and say, I need an engine.
Not pulling certs, but if we can't send anybody because of these new, does the state have any stance on this?
So Rick Lickard, for the record, What I will say is that when the request is made to Sweet Home Fire or Tangent Fire, that we need an engine with a type 3 engine. So people qualified for the positions on a type 3 engine. And you send us an engine that you are saying that they meet the training requirements, that they meet the qualifications to be mobilized. And it falls back on the AHJ if they're not.
So if the state knew that each AHJ was not meeting the requirements for the qualification by not administering the arduous pack test, would the state say you are no longer eligible for?
I am not privy to be able to answer that question.
I'm not trying to get you to answer it, but it's something.
It is, I've already texted Mariah that we're having this conversation, and I will.
It's a very big conversation.
It's a big deal. It is a big
You
deal.
have the biggest union in the room that is going to, I imagine, have a few things to say about it when this is adopted.
The state has to pull certs at some point for reimbursement, right? Because there's been times. Oh, no.
If you send us a crew and you have a member on your crew does not meet NWCG requirements, you're still going to get reimbursed.
So those that haven't, it's been self-disclosed that this person wasn't, they self-initiated the process for that.
Yep.
Neil Wilson, for the record, I have sent people out that believed that they were qualified and certified to go on those fires, and then come back and I was like, they did not meet those qualifications, and then had that review in-house. That liability is on me. That wasn't clear to the individual that said he was qualified to go. Knowing now what I know about the arduous test, this is going to be included into our annual training. We keep a scoreboard of all the things that are required on an annual basis for our folks, and that's going to be, if somebody's going to be deployable, they're going to have to do that, myself included, in that we're going to take it as a safety aspect. I mean, I don't want somebody that I know that is not physically fit to be going out and doing this and, having a cardiac arrest on the incident. So that, to me, that's a liability for our agency to have not been doing that. So I don't think the state needs to require that. I think that's something that's going to be handled in-house. It will test yes for qualified for it.
Ray?
So this is kind of going back because we moved forward a little bit, but when I work on my training schedule for our district, I obviously put wildland training in there, RT 130 in there, and then we followed up with the pack test yearly for everyone. That way we're meeting our components and our ORSs. But at the same time, when DPSST's DLO comes in and requests records or wants to do an audit, or ISO or anybody, you have that proof of your RT 130 training, you have your proof of the pack test, and you have everything set in place already, and you don't have to worry about it. The other thing is, with our ORSs, we are required to do annual physical fitness testing, whether it's department, physical agility, or pack test, or whatever it is. So we actually do 2 different ones throughout the year. But for our jurisdiction, our areas, that's what a lot of our departments do. And that way, when we do work on our DPSST accreditation agreement and they want to pull files, we can pull our files straight up and say, hey, here's our pack test. This is what we did. This is the times that everybody completed them in, and we do a pass-fail system. And that's what's worked for us in the past, and that's how we make sure that we have firefighters that are safe and capable to do the job out on the line. But that's just my 2 cents on it and how we kind of have set it up. But
Tyler?
So down in Klamath County, we have a lot of the small volunteer agencies, and I think, and a lot of them being retirees, et cetera, that a lot of the time we'll use them to fill a water tender role or something of that nature. I totally understand having people that are physically and medically able to do the job out on the fire line. Because the last thing we want is an incident within an incident. However, I think it's going to crush actual response by enforcing the pack test for a lot of rural Oregon. I've been within Klamath County for 15 years, give or take, and have never once done a pack test for a municipal agency. It's always been when I worked for the feds or the state, etc. But I think by enforcing this, we're going to crush a lot of these small departments from going on conflagrations, especially outside of their district or even in county type stuff. And it's going to really dwindle our resources in a very, very major way.
Kurt Donaldson, I think what Gabe said is accurate. Your certification is your certification. The pack test or the arduous part is separate. So the certification is, can you do the job? Have you demonstrated the ability to do the job? That is doable on the local level most of the time based on local standards. And I'm not sure, I think we're kind of mixing two different things here. You know, the pack test is a whole different creature than what we're talking about in this task force, which is certification. There's nothing that says that's currency. That there's nothing that says that to get that cert, you have to have your arduous.
Well, to keep it.
That's a whole different thing that we're not.
We're in maintenance, right?
Right. But that's the, okay, so that's the issue. So if we're gonna, once again, so here's the deal, I'm gonna say it. If we're gonna go by that, we're mandating a statewide physical fitness standard for everyone from a firefighter type 2 through a div suit. And we are mandating, you know, it's an unfunded mandate. This is not a cheap thing to do. This is pack vests, time, effort, training. If we're talking about guys who are getting paid, this is on the job training. This is on the job requirements. And for volunteers, bringing them in extra time to get them to come in and do this. It is a massive sea change in what we're talking about here. Massive.
So Chuck Chapin, so looking at DPSST, so maybe I'm viewing things a little differently. So going back with ODF and Fed sides, you go take a class, you get the certificate, you took the S230. You're not qualified. You still got to do task books, you got to do the RT130, all this other stuff. With your guys' process, we send people through trainings of firefighter ones, and we're certifying on this that they are now qualified to do that job. You give them that certification. Is that correct? Or is it just a cert? So are you qualifying them, saying through your system, they're qualified to do this position, or is it just a certification?
Well, we're considering qualification to equal certified.
Ryan, District 3,
That's how we.
they have to be DWCG certified for you to recognize it though, right? They can't bypass NWCG standards and go direct with DPSST for a cert. Like they have to already.
Yeah, there's no they have to have training that has to meet NWCG standards.
So you're meeting the NWCG standards, which is this part of the standard that you guys are now recognizing.
Yes.
Yes.
And
Right. It's a standard, so it's hard to ignore a standard. I mean, I get it's not convenient or
And being
inexpensive, but
you guys are all the content experts, and you guys knew about this. Like, what does this look like in the whole of the Oregon Fire Service? Like, it means that we have, and then for the maintenance side of things, well, is the certificate worth anything if we give it to somebody because they met the initial qualifications, but then they just don't meet what maintains the currency?
So Gabe Wiggins for the record. On the maintenance side, it all comes back to the HJ. Not on DPSST, not necessarily on the people at this table, as far as the statewide goes. Understanding, making sure that we're putting in things like, hey, this is the standard. And when people say, yes, they met the standard, that comes, everything comes back to HJ.
But if
Not on,
people aren't doing that and they're just like, we're gonna not do this. So we're gonna at the state level be like, yeah, we know that, but we're just gonna let them and we're gonna give them the certificate anyway. Does that,
I mean, if you look at some of the, especially on the maintenance side, you know, you can do your 120 hours for operations and only focus on water supply, but maintain all of your other certs theoretically.
that's not true.
That is true.
That's not how that's.
It's not supposed to work that way, but all that, when I turn in whatever, it says, yes, they met.
And we've.
That's 120.
Okay.
That's.
Right, Caleb Allrott, for the record, I think, I mean, I get what you're saying. I think when you're signing your maintenance for honest, whether it's structural or the NWCG side, there is an assumption there that you are meeting the standards that are being put forth. I don't disagree with anything that anyone is saying. This is a really complicated issue. I think that it's a very arduous test, but on the one hand, there's a reason that NWCG probably put it in there. I know someone's laughing about that, but and there's ultimately like, is everyone on an incident going to work as hard as that arduous pack test? You know, probably not, but there is a reason that it's in there. So knowing that, how does everyone feel about not requiring it? It doesn't sound like a lot of people have been doing it anyway. And whether or not things have been fine on an incident because you're not doing that pack test, I don't know. I can't speak to that, but there's a couple of things that we can do, because I don't think that there's probably not going to be a consensus here, but we can move forward and require the pack test. We can put it on the application. We can, let everyone know that this needs to happen in your maintenance recertification, all of that stuff. On the other hand, we can also kind of put this forward as we've had it before and make the pack test a suggestion that is getting away from probably PMS 310-1. And just keep in mind, this still has to go through the Fire Policy Committee and public comment. And I'm sure that this is going to be not just a hot button issue in here, but now that it's come up, it'll be a hot button issue, maybe potentially for the Fire Policy Committee and public comment and potentially the board. So we may see you all again if you make a decision that gets a lot of public comment. But options are on the table. DPSST's stance is that we don't want to necessarily go away from a standard, but I also am not comfortable with mandating a physical fitness test. So it's like I said, complicated issue, and I just talked myself into a circle here, but just wanted to kind of throw a few options out there for discussion. Because again, I don't think we're going to probably come to a consensus on this one.
Ryan, just add on that. I mean, talking about what you're saying, like initial certification level, yeah. I mean, I'm just trying to think of all the what ifs. Like, yeah, we can get through and get everyone certified at this level, and then it's up to the AHJ to do what they want with it. But at some point, DPSST will revisit again at the DLO level. Like, if we go in there and review training files and show us how you're maintaining these certifications, and you point blank say, well, we're certified, but we're not doing any of the NWCG components, it kind of puts us in an awkward position as DLOs when we're reviewing how maintenance files. And that would, would that call into question accreditation agreements for not following the standards? So we may get away with it at the beginning and just pretend it's going to go away, but then it's going to resurface again.
I mean, from the Kurt Donaldson, from the DLO side, I mean, realistically, if we want to be pedantic, the best thing we could do is when we're doing our DLO form, we would have a separate box that says, if firefighter has an NWCG qualification, did they have RT 130 in the last 365 days? I mean, but that's not in there. So I mean, unless we're going through and checking individual, which I do, I mean, it's only 3 files. I mean, in the last year, you flip through their training record, did they have that? Ultimately,
They should.
they should, in theory.
Not in theory, they should.
Everything's in theory.
So, yeah, depends on what you want to get away with, I guess.
I know. I mean, I've been fortunate. Everyone I've had has had it, but I know that there are people that miss it.
I think standards are good. Sorry, Christian Whitfield. I think standards are good, especially in the sake of safety. I mean, you're testing at an arduous level, but there's work performed beyond that. I don't know. To me, it's a good idea. We're meeting the standards that are provided by NWCG that we're aligning with. So
For Donald's, I mean, this is the PAC test is the test that kills people.
but I would say the CPAT is equally as hard for certain people.
But you haven't heard about a bunch of people dying during the CPAT. People die during the PAC test. I'm just throwing that out there. We're just shifting liability.
There's changes in the WCT administration that require different things to ensure that we're taking care of people during the PAC test.
Right, and that goes back to our unfunded mandate. It comes down to the department that has $40,000 in annual budget. How are they going to be able to do this?
Well, you still have AHJ for your district, right?
Yes.
So you're referring to the standards to go out of district.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I mean, if we're
so you can still run your district,
but we're maintaining our requirement. If we're going to say that the state is going to make it says that if you have a NWCG qualified cert that you're going to do the PAC test. I'm being devil's advocate here. It's not me that has a $40,000 budget, but I've got the districts in my area that do, my region that do. How are they gonna do that? How fiscally, how is that gonna happen? And I just don't know. But that's, like I said, it becomes an unfunded mandate we're requiring for folks because they have to go in and do medical evaluation beforehand. They're gonna have to, I mean, because we didn't even look at that. We'd only looked at the little box on there that had the standard. The next 2 things down said medical qualifications and stuff, which mandates the pre-screening and all that stuff annually. Unless you're a new hire at ODF and they just send you out there and hopefully you don't die. Yeah.
David Simmons, obviously this is the standard that we say we're following now currently.
Yeah.
This is not like,
Yeah.
hey, we're gonna vote if we're gonna follow this standard. Like, this is the standard we're saying we're following now. So to me, it seems that we have to find a way to either get up to that standard or say we're not gonna follow that standard. And I don't think that that's the answer. So from us, it's looking at the path to say that we're going to follow that standard and how we move towards that. And I get that there is, look, we got budget crap going on. That's incredible. But I mean, if that's the standard, that's the standard. And if that's the standard we're saying we're following, and if that's the expectation, then we need to figure out how to get there. So I guess where I'm at. And so then I would ask from the governing agencies to work on a sort of plan for the state so that we can ensure that we get people to where they need to be and help them with that. And that comes up in a lot of these things, right? Where it's like, how do we work to unify and to gather money together so that we can help these smaller agencies and ensure that that people are getting what they need to get to. And I get that that's a larger conversation, but I guess I just think we're at a point where we need to start with. Right? I don't think it's going to be tomorrow, but
I guess Brent Peterson from Forestry, actually from Mohawk Valley, is more likely. For us in Mohawk Valley, I think adding the PAC test is going to be a process. I mean, there's folks who can really pass the physical agility test. And we're going to have folks who regularly go on conflict now who aren't be eligible anymore because of the PAC test requirement. But the other side of that is the liability side. I mean, who's heard of Kramer Fire and 30 Mile, where the IC was held personally liable? First thing happens in an accident, if we send someone out there who's not qualified to hardness level, they have a heart attack. First thing we go after is, well, did they meet the criteria? Now that person, that whole organization is liable because your HD now said, we know it's a requirement, but we're letting them do it anyway. So then you're kind of balancing the whole problem. I mean, you're going to kill people in the PAC test, but if you kill someone in real life, it's more expensive on that side, because you're gonna lose your ass on that side and but save the money on the pack test, so. I mean, there's no real right answer, as I think, just which way you want to put your liability on. Hope nobody gets hurt and be safe, or bite the bullet and deal with it and try and change the process a little higher we are. There are options that too bad is, with ODF, we have our own 310-1 book, basically. So we follow 310-1, like our division soup, we don't require you to be modern. That may be changing in the future, but we don't fight wilderness fires. There's no reason for our division soups to be arduous, because we stay by our trucks. We go 40 years, 100 years. We're not hiking in wilderness for 4 miles a day just to get there and back. So we require moderate instead of arduous. It is possible to, within your agency, to set specific depth boundaries to that. We don't want to do arduous, we want to do moderate or light for striking engines. That's a possibility. Just no longer means you're not fully 310-1, but it's still a policy as we've applied by this policy, and maybe make it easier, but options.
Some book and fire. The individual chooses whether or not they want to be certified at that level, right? And if the pack test is a requirement for that level, then they meet the requirement. If they don't want to do that, they don't have to be certified at that level. If we're gonna mobilize, and we're saying, me as an agency is saying that these people are qualified to go on this, I think, it's really the agency is taking on that liability, and the individual is also taking on that liability, or putting that liability on the fire district by saying that they're going to go, they want to go, but not meet that standard. So, I mean, I don't have a problem when my people don't meet a standard to mark the lapsed box in my maintenance training. I mean, we don't do rope rescue. I have people that are certified. They lapsed. It's not a big deal for them. If they choose later to come back and do that, then they can do that. But I think avoiding that standard is really a tough place. I do like the idea of, there is some flexibility in that, in changing your level of requirement, but again, there's still it still gets a little sticky sometimes.
That would be within Oregon. If you want to go to California outside of your area, that would, so follow the NWCG policy. So in Oregon for conflict.
Okay, what do we do with that?
I mean, if someone can make a motion for, one of the options that I mentioned, or a secret third option that someone has thought of, and we'll take a vote and go from there, unless there's further discussion.
Simmons, Caleb, so I don't understand that if our current standard is NWCG, I don't understand how leaving it as it is or motioning to adopt is any different, right? Like the standard is what it is right now. So we're just, I mean, a lot of us out of compliance right now, right? So I don't know that voting on anything, we're just voting on the same option, it seems like.
Jennifer.
Could it be affirming, maintaining the current standard?
It can be, yeah.
So you need a motion for that to maintain the current standard of NWCG requiring arduous at levels up to division, which requires moderate.
Right. Would this change the application process on your guys, or you leave it as is? Or would we need to tighten anything up or make it look differently? Like, are we comfortable as is, I guess?
That's our probably 2 things away.
Yeah.
So when we start talking about our task force, when we start talking about the application form, that should be where if we want to make changes on that. I think at this point, it's. I know that at some point, we're going to have to make a motion, do we adopt 310-1 or not?
Right.
And the physical agility portion of it will be a part. If we adopt 310-1, then we adopt that part of it as well as part of that.
Okay.
If I could.
Patrick?
Yeah, Kayla, Are you, I just, one of the things that's on my mind here, somebody's boss never wants to get surprised. And I feel like we've got a lot of decision makers that probably need to be looped in and taking some input for some people at levels that are not represented or not present at this table. I'm thinking that state council, I'm thinking OVFA, I'm thinking OFCA, I'm thinking state fire marshal's office, maybe even the director of DPSST. There are political consequences in this conversation that exceed the pay scale of a lot of people sitting at this table. And I feel like we ought to be having some conversations before we start advocating for direction. This is not the first or second or even third time this conversation has come up in this very room on this topic. DPSST took a very decided decision when they made the decision they did last time, which is why it was so vague and why it continues to remain vague. There were some political implications that that forced that hand. And I think we're going to get into that same spot now. And in the interest of not wanting to irritate a bunch of people unnecessarily, I think that this is one of those topics that needs to be referred back to those folks. I am not passing the buck here, to be clear. But I do think that we ought not step into a pile of stuff that we don't want to step into without having some input from them first and take their lead. The decisions that could come out of this group at the very best is going to be political fodder, and at the very worst is going to be operationally substantial, to say the least. When we start talking about state mobilizations, when we start talking about anything other than a local in-district response. And I feel like we should have that information before we, as a group here, start making that decision. I have their input.
Caleb Ballrock for the record. Yes, very good points. This is anything that comes out of here today will be presented to the Fire Policy Committee. So a lot of the groups that you mentioned, Patrick, OSFM, OVFA, OFCA, Governor's Council, they all have a seat on the Fire Policy Committee. So that will be their opportunity to hear what you discussed today and either agree with it, or they can definitely send it back. We have had that happen, and we have had to, in the past, reconvene a task force because of how the Fire Policy Committee felt about some of the changes that they were presenting. So that is the plan, is that it's always kind of a step-by-step process. We'll go to the Fire Policy Committee next with whatever comes out of here. And then if it makes it through the Fire Policy Committee, we also have the public comment period, and we do take that very seriously. So if there's any negative public comments that are substantive, that also will trigger it to go back.
Can we make a motion to refer this to the policy committee? That question? Can I make that motion?
Which question? Just the
question of what we're doing about the pack test? Yeah, because it feels like that I'm not comfortable making that decision either. Like, to Patrick's point, like it'll go to my chiefs and I'll go, what we're gonna do, and I don't know what that is.
Yeah, Kayla, I think one of the concerns I have is that by making a decision and then forcing this to Fire Policy for them to weigh in, we're potentially setting ourselves up to argue with ourselves, and I am not comfortable with that. That's a problem for me. I feel like there's too many vested interests here that need to be represented before we make that important of a decision, and I'm not interested in getting into a pissing match with the state fire marshal if she doesn't agree with this decision or any other decision, regardless of which way we would vote. I feel like we need to have some information there before we do this. And for those reasons, I do feel like, and I just strongly encourage this group to consider putting a pin in this and get some more information. I don't think we're fully informed here. I think the ideas are correct, and I agree we need to be following the standard, but I think we need to hear from other decision makers before we start jumping that gun.
Right, with District 3, we have OFCA coming up in a couple of weeks. Is there any space in that forum for discussion?
I think that's, we can have discussions with OFCA. think that conference is, they've got their agenda set, but it is something that we can bring up at a future OFC meeting as well. Also, I mean, we can present the fire policy committee basically whatever you all choose. I mean, am I correct, Jennifer? We don't have to make a decision here. We can discuss it further with the fire policy committee. The chairs also and the vice chair is also welcome to come to have input as well.
Real quick, I like Damon's motion that we kind of punt it, if you will, to the fire policy committee. Because this question is one, like Patrick, I'm going to abstain from the vote. Because without my leadership's weigh in, I don't want to speak for my agency, which in turn speaks for mobilizations. I don't feel comfortable at this point weighing in on it. So I think if we can punt this to the fire policy committee, if we need to reconvene afterwards to have a discussion, I think that's appropriate. But I think we need to make sure that those big decision makers are in the loop on what this discussion is, and ask for their guidance, or what their thoughts are. They may say that, hey, we assumed everybody's already doing it. They need to be doing it. Or, wow, this is new to us. Wow, this is a concern. We need to think this over. So again, at this point, I'm abstaining from a vote unless it's to pitch it to the fire policy committee for a recommendation.
Chuck Chapin, Kayla, when this went approved with the PMS 310-1, it sounded like maybe 2018, maybe a little bit before. Was all this discussed before? Or, I mean, how did you guys come to the agreement to follow PMS 310-1?
Yeah, Kayla, for the record, it's been, a few years, I guess, since we've had this task force. I don't recall immediately off the top of my head if it was discussed last time. I think there's probably some people in the room that maybe have a better memory than I do if they were here. Honestly, I don't remember having a thorough discussion about it. So it could be something that was kind of overlooked, but assumed that was happening the whole time. But yeah, so yeah, unfortunately, I don't recall. We do have the minutes that I can check and get back with y'all about, but
Might have even been before then when we adopted.
yeah, we've had a couple of task forces, or at least one task force since we adopted 310-1. So the original adoption might have been like 2015, 2016, somewhere in there. It might have been discussed there. So we can check on that.
So I'm going to try to push this along. I'm going to make a motion that we send to the committee that we adopt the training standards. So the class requirements, the task books for via 310, and let them decide on how the PAC test portion of that standard would be applied.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Like 4 ayes and 1 nay.
A lot of it's. I think we're dealing with two different issues. And we can definitely, I think all of us we talked about it. I think everything on the training side, the courses, the task books, we all kind of came together on. I think I think there's a consensus that portion of it is good to go. It's this one, the PAC test part of it. How will that apply in the certification and the maintenance stuff? That I think at this point, we need more information for that portion of it, but I think we can move forward on the training side.
And the more information that you're wanting for my direction is people higher up to determine that, not this committee.
Damon Simmons, this feels like a very high level conversation, right? Like this will affect the number of people that are deployable for state mobilization. So it's at least at the fire marshal's level, maybe above that, and it is definitely at the fire chief's level. So it's a conversation that's above definitely my favorite.
Yeah, I just want to confirm that we're saying, because I was just looking at the NWCG page and it just says arduous, doesn't say anything. I understand that the arduous pack test is, but I just want to confirm that it's not, we can't make it that the AHJ determines what the arduous test is. It has to be the arduous pack test. Because if we could, because that's, if we could say that the AHJ says that our CPAT is an arduous test, that would work or not. I just want to confirm that we have to have the NWCG arduous pack test for this to work.
That is something that I in my further conversation with NWCG, I will definitely make sure. It would be best probably to talk to the person about that.
Yeah, because my thought is that if we could, because it just says arduous under the listing, it doesn't specify pack test. It just says physical fitness level arduous. And if the AHJ could determine what an arduous test is, then that would punt it back to the AHJ to determine who's qualified, who's not. Then it wouldn't necessarily add this whole pack test discussion. And we could use the CPAT as our arduous test.
So Christian Whitfield, Sweet on Fire, the arduous is defined in the PMS 307, which is the WCT work capacity test document, and it's defined. I don't know if you could get around that because 307 or 310-1 assumes the other PMS documents that are supporting that, which would be 307 referring to the WCT.
Right, with District 3, so obviously, yeah, I think consequences from this are going to be very large on many levels. But do we have the ability to piecemeal out the NWCG and say we're going to adopt certification and the training component, but we're not going to adopt the physical side of things? Is NWCG an all-inclusive, you either take it or you don't, or do we have the ability to pull things out of it? I guess I'm confused on that.
I don't think their intention is for you to pick and choose, but again, we can discuss that with them on a higher level. From my understanding in researching standards, that's not really how they're intended to be used. But again, the Oregon Fire Service has to decide what works best for them. So if it ends up being that we decide to adopt certain parts of it and not others, we'll be getting direction from people higher up than us, and that will just be the direction that we go. We just all want to make sure that we're all clear of what that looks like. Having the pack test will be consequences. Not having it may have consequences. So there's, one that doesn't have another. But yes, getting in contact with somebody at NWCG who can speak as a content expert on some of the intention of some of this stuff, I think will also be beneficial.
Okay, so it sounds like more discussions for that.
You guys might get to have another meeting.
Okay, so then moving on to the motion and vote. So what does that
I think this
look like?
kind of just is, we're gonna decide to go to the fire policy committee for the ultimate determination of the standard and pack test. So I don't know that we can move forward with the other items, right? Or
as far as like the application and stuff. We can add the new level of certification. Make sure that the verbiage is still relevant. Okay. Just knowing that some things might change depending on the direction of the pack test qualification.
Okay, So I will bring up our draft application here in just a moment.
We want to suggest a lunch first because it is getting to 12:20 and our cafeteria does close at 1, just so everyone's aware. And want to make sure you guys have food in the cafeteria to actually eat.
Yep.
So
Seems
we,
like a natural transition period, maybe.
Is there anything following this?
what do we have? Yeah, what do we have left?
So the application, and then I guess the task book. And the task book part is pretty short unless there's more discussion, but essentially for the task books, we're just referring back to the NWCG website. So determining that that's appropriate. So
It's all pending on the moving forward with going to fire policy and then coming back. Can we do anything else?
well, I guess if the application, we can get to where we want it, whether it says anything about the past or not might be different. I guess if the policy committee decides we can, piecemeal the NWCG standards. I don't know if that's something you guys want to discuss more. Do we open that back up for changing the aerial resource situation? Like we don't do this super often, so we're kind of figuring out as we go.
Or something we don't want to rush or fast track and miss. What's everyone? So whether we take a break and come back at 1 if we want lunch, or if we power through, we may miss the lunch line.
Yeah.
So do we want a lunch or do we not want a lunch? I guess at this point we got to figure out.
Well, if we go grab lunch and come back and do a work and lunch. And that way,
For that.
yeah, and for those of us that, have a 3-hour drive after this or something like that.
Do working lunches?
Yep.
Okay, let's break, take a lunch, grab your stuff and we'll come back here and we'll eat, talk.
Another.
There are field cards over there on the counter. Now, if you're on there, just wait because there's people that are on. Got the name.
Fire investigator. And
Yes, this is a whole can of worms. Once again, want to.
the most that we do honestly on the
Okay, it looks like we've got everyone back in the room and everyone online. We'll reconvene our meeting and discussions. We left off talking about, I think you guys were talking about our next steps or what we need to do.
So, Brooke Valley Review for the record, we left off on a motion that didn't get a lot of traction. So, I think it would be a good idea if we kind of rephrase that motion, and then we'll do a roll call vote so that, everybody will participate, one way or the other. And then we can move forward. So from what I understand, just for phrasing of the motion, we wanted to adopt the training and task book requirements, and also that new level of certification, wildland fire investigator. And then send the discussion and determination for the path test, how to deal with that, to the fire policy committee. Does everybody feel like that summarizes what we're trying to do?
So that's basically summarizing everything we did this morning.
Yeah, okay. So let me we'll go ahead and do, if somebody wants to actually call for that motion and then do a second, I'll do a roll call.
I make that motion.
As quoted.
Yeah.
Thankfully, it's recorded, so. Sorry, was it Brad? Did you? Okay. Sean Johnson,
Aye.
Evan Jarvis,
Aye.
Brad McKenzie, Brent Peterson, Rick Hubert,
Aye.
Dave Wiggins,
Aye.
Ryan Dickerson,
Yes.
Christian Whitfield,
Aye.
Neil Olson,
Aye.
Ray Harris,
Aye.
Patrick Wyman,
They're on there.
the last one. Okay. Ford, Bonderay,
Aye.
Chapin,
Aye.
Robert Holmes,
Aye.
Dave Simmons,
Aye.
Kurt Donaldson,
Nay.
and Tyler Leslie.
Aye.
Did I miss anybody? Motion carries. So we're gonna skip step 4 and then go down to step 5. On the script. Top of page 3.
It's a application.
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll now move to the application for certification. And I'll turn it over to Brooke to review staff recommendations.
Hold up and I'll share my screen. So this is the draft application. So did anybody notice anything when in the initial review? I know we'll need to add wildland fire investigator, and we might not do that in here just because it may mess up the formatting of the whole thing. And as much as I'm sure you guys want to watch me format this, but I can make sure to note all the requirements and everything we want to see in there. But were there any other items on here?
For firefighter, Chuck Chapin, for firefighter type 1, the S-133 can come out of there because it's included in the 131.
It is. So we do still get some folks who took S-131 prior to 2016. So we've left this in here as of our last task force so that they can provide both. So hopefully we can take it out maybe the next one. But it does help prevent our staff from having to go ask for it if they took their S-131 prior to that.
Good.
So if it's okay with the task force, I'd like to leave that in there.
You said you are still getting applications?
Yeah, for 10 years. Yep.
At what point, Rick Wigger, at what point will DPSST say, okay, 10 years ago, it's been rewritten twice. 10 years ago, it's too old, you need to take the new one.
We generally haven't done that as long as we've been able to verify that the training meets the standard. However, that's generally been for structural side of things. I don't know if NWCG has had any sort of stance on, you have to take the 2015 version of this training for it to be valid, or, you know, you happen to know.
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay.
But it just seems to me that, of course, it's been rewritten twice since 2016. And it's been 10 years now, that it's time to be like, you need to take something newer than that. And if anybody's teaching curriculum from pre-October 2016, they're way behind the game and need to update their curriculum.
That should be.
Yeah.
We do, you know, just direct all of our instructors to get their course material from NWCG. On the structural side of things, we have accepted much training and have gotten a lot of pushback for trying to make, you know, if we set some sort of standard deadline, someone's going to have a problem with it. So if we want to discuss that, or if you want me, if there is, you know, any sort of EMS 310-1, there is some sort of requirement of like, you have to be, in order to qualify, you have to be taking this version of the class. I'm happy to do that. We just haven't done that in the past. 10 years seems reasonable, but that's just me.
On the ODF side, we can do.
What?
On the ODF side, we don't go back. It's if you take the class and you get qualified. If
It's just taking the class. Yeah.
Even if you took the class 1 year, that still qualifies as 131. The only classes would be like the ICS classes that I get the most current version, but the rest of them, you don't worry about it. I should, but we don't.
Any other thoughts? There were a couple of typos that were fixed. I think the IF 800 had like a D at the end, so that was fixed. I added the S112 to the belling boss requirement. Investigator B its own application, or do we want to just add it to this one? Pretty full, but it looks like we have a little bit of space.
If it does go on that application, we may just want to change the name of that. You know, it says operations positions, but just a thought.
Okay.
Would it be better on the investigator?
Oh, on that application?
Yeah.
That might get confused, just because that is an FPA specific, that application. So people might get confused. It is also already a confusing application. I think probably the less, the better.
So we could have it be its own application, or we can add it into this list. Does anybody have any thoughts, feelings, concerns?
I think, Rick Wigger, I think potentially having its own application is going to make the most sense. Because if you send somebody to fill out the application, like my agency, the employee will fill out the application themselves, right? So if you tell them, go to the operations, wildland operations one to fill out the investigator, they're gonna be like, what? So I think just to make things simpler for anybody that's doing it, if it had its own, I know it's a little bit more work, but not a whole lot more.
Is there a way, something that makes it easier for you guys? You guys have a one way or the other?
Probably being at its own will make the formatting overall easier. Okay, and then for the application, we have these boxes below. We go to the and LD.
And yeah.
Right. So what we would do is in the grid for training, we would put this FI 210. And then below that as the check boxes, it would be the ICS 100 and IS 700. Just to give you an idea of how it would look. And then the checkbox yes or no for the textbook. That work? Are there any other thoughts about the draft application? Anyone online? Couple. We've just been having people refer to the NWCG website. We have that linked up at the top here. My one hesitation with putting them directly in these lines is just that if it changes and we don't notice it. But if you prefer, we can link these to go directly to the NWCG website so that they're being brought to the hopefully most up-to-date class books.
I would hope that the training officers that are helping to fill this out figure that out. That's just me.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. And we're obviously like, you're always available to help. Okay, is there any other? Okay. And we would just go to the action item to consensus that the applications are appropriate. Top of the page still.
After discussion?
Yeah.
Okay. So is there consensus that the staff recommendations are appropriate or are changes needed? So Brooke presented her thoughts and ideas. Does that sound appropriate? Or agree with that? Is there anything else in addition to that you like to add?
I make a motion, we adopt the current application as amended and then with the new fire investigator standalone application.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Moving on to task books. So is there any additional discussion on task books from the memo? In the memo is what you sent out originally prior.
In terms of, because we have the task books referring directly to NWCG, our recommendation is that we continue just to do that. We're not creating our own task books. We're not altering any of the task books unless we're revisiting that. So this one, it should be fairly short and sweet if everybody is okay with us referring to NWCG's task books. Those are the required ones, and they'll be hosted on NWCG's websites, and then we'll just link to them.
Damon's already voted on that, so. Point of clarification, will we need to meet every time to adopt the new task books or as they up, because they're
No,
updating?
yeah, the way that
they'll
the
just automatically happen.
the way that the rule is written, based on how frequently NWCG updates stuff, is so that it takes into account smaller changes, and then we meet if there's, more significant changes.
Okay.
And recall your question, we're going to follow up with NWCG on that task, the aerial task, to get clarification.
Yes, yes, yeah. Jen, is there any, am I understanding our interpretation of how we, either 5 years or if there's a major update is when we're supposed to be, but otherwise we just follow NWCG? That's what our rule is written like. Okay, correct.
Okay, so then is there a consensus that these recommendations are appropriate or changes need to be made? Sounds like I think there was any other than Rick mentioned, just looking into the ground air comms, what would be appropriate for that. Outside of that, is there anything else for discussion on that? Do we have a motion to
I would say it was included in our.
It was.
At the end of lunch, so. We've already.
Our meeting script has been thrown a little
Okay.
bit, so if we just want to get consensus on that, we're all good to move.
We all have consensus on that. Okay. Next on the list is consensus on guide to certification. We'll now review the guide to certification, and Brooke will walk us through the staff recommendations.
I recommend that we hold off on this, because that's gonna change depending on what we find out from the FBC and NWCG. So what I would, depending on those routes, what we can do is we can create a draft guide and send it to the task force, and then you guys can weigh in on that. Probably we can do it in person, but we can also do it if that sounds reasonable. Okay.
We all have consensus of that?
And then I think before you end, I just give opportunity, and sorry, I forgot to add that to the, if there are any comments on the OARs, Jen, or fiscal impact statement. I don't know if it's appropriate to get into that yet.
Yeah, I'm not sure we're entirely there yet. We'll have to find out what our direction is on the pack test. But in general, I would capture from your discussions that the NWCG changed on the aerial requirements for the firefighter type 1, that creates a fiscal impact for agencies that are training to that and pursuing, and individuals who are pursuing that certification. That's a significant change. And then the other fiscal impact would be what happens with the test. But yeah, it's just, until we know entirely. I would flag that it might still end up changing how we have it written in the maintenance rule. If we decide, if we have to come with a recommendation to pull it out of that list of operation certifications to its own maintenance standard that links it to the NWCG standard, depending upon the outcome of the discussions. to answer any questions.
Don't see any questions. All right. Down to the final piece.
Yep.
Okay, so our final component here, is there any further discussion on any of the items today? So we're once again kind of cracking that box a little bit. Anything anyone wants to add or to the topics today? It's your last chance.
Just,
Oh, it won't be our last.
Probably not.
That's a positive mindset.
Cord Boundary from Salem, what is, so now you guys take this back to the next group. And we've kind of opened up Pandora's box that it's to a certain extent has already been discussed and debated at that level. I don't know if there's new players on there, they'll change it. And based on their recommendation, it gonna come back to us.
Does it need Bradford?
It depends on, well, it depends on the outcome of their conversation, and then also, I mean, we'll have to put together a guide to certification, and discuss the rule. So you can, I mean, essentially direct them to kind of do all of that, essentially. Or it can come back here and it doesn't have to be an all-day meeting. You can have an online meeting. I would imagine, since you've done the bulk of the work, that whatever their suggestions are, that it would be shorter, hopefully a shorter meeting, but you know, we can kind of frame it up to what you all think as well, unless you have other thoughts, or Jennifer, if you have other thoughts.
In my mind, if the fire policy committee says it's 310 in its totality or nothing, or not or nothing, if it's 310 in its totality, then we can probably go forward and then just come back with here's our draft rules. What does it mean for maintenance and the certification guide? If they say, wow, that 310 is such a huge impact, it really needs to be, we want to have the certifications, but we don't have that requirements, then we're looking at Oregon specific standards and would definitely have to come back to the task force to finalize all those details.
Yeah, so essentially, either way, it comes back to the task force. It just depends on if we need a big meeting or if we need a little baby meeting.
Would it be appropriate when you take this to the policy council to discuss with them the aerial, the checkoff for the aerial resources and the burden that puts? Because that group, I assume, has some representatives or knows representatives on the NWCG. And at the end of the day, the wildland partners need us, much like we need them, but it's becoming it's an arduous task.
Yes.
Right, whether it's in the engine boss or it's in the firefighter type 1, it is a burden for a lot of us to get there. And many of our firefighters are not ever going to, as a firefighter, talk to an aerial resource.
Yeah, no, it will definitely come up at the fire policy committee, and we'll put it in the board packet as well. I think they're aware. I mean, this has been an issue for years, but we will just keep kind of talking about it as an issue and representing, because it's a difficult task across the board for everyone. Whether, no matter what location you are in Oregon, what kind of department you are, we've been definitely hearing this for years, so we'll continue to kind of advocate for the difficulty of that task. So yes, it will be presented to the especially since it was again a hot topic for this group as well.
Damon, so it's just flagging for the record that request for an NWCG rep to be available for probably both of those meetings, the fire policy committee and this one, just at least for a portion of it, so that if we have those questions, we can ask.
Yeah, you brought that up at lunch, and we can definitely see, I don't know if it's a possibility, but we can definitely see if that is a possibility.
Yeah, if anybody here knows anybody, we'll just
Yeah.
be kind of starting at ground zero, but yeah, feel free to recommend someone to get a hold of.
They don't publish their phone numbers on their website. Yeah. Weirdly enough.
Have you guys reached out to Chuck Chapin? Have you guys reached out to Redmond Training Base? They do a lot of NWCG trainings. They're Forest Service based, but it's all training based stuff over there out of the Redmond Hotshot base.
Oh, okay.
If he's still there, Mike Gomez would be a good one to talk with.
And Gomez is, Rick Wicker, Mike Gomez is the chair of the training committee, Pacific Northwest Training Committee.
Oh, okay. I have heard the name.
Anything else? Okay. Hearing none. The time. Is there a consensus to adjourn?
Yes.
Okay, meeting adjourned at 1:05 PM.
You know what that means?
Well, yes, thank you.
No, I gotta walk across the hall.
I'm surprised you didn't not